shall emerge triumphant from this ordeal, and through the crucible unscathed will pass. When we are poised, the wounds of battle to heal, we shall remember those who died in mass. Then shall our trumpets fill the glorious song of victory. We scorn all might and wrong. Oh God, protect us from the hidden pitfall. Guide all our movements, lest we go astray. Give us the strength to heed the humanist call, to give and not to count the cost each day. Let those who rule to serve with resoluteness, to make this climb a land of righteousness.
Please, a minute of silence to honor all our fallen heroes, please. May all our fallen heroes continue to rest in perfect peace, while those of us that are alive will continue to do the needful to ensure that their sacrifices were never in vain. BDF anthem. Hand over to the Chief of Staff to the government.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. Ngozi Orobreze, and I welcome every cabinet member to this meeting today. As we all know, we should be having our meetings regularly as requested by the PM the last time, and this is one of those meetings. And without wasting much time, I welcome everybody to this epic meeting of the Biafra cabinet members, Biafra Republic government in exile. Thank you so much, everyone.
PM, please, are we open or closed? I want to say something before we continue.
We are open now. So what you want to say?
Yes, what I want to say is we must always have respect for our nations. When the national anthem is being sung, you cannot stand up. You close your video. Americans stand up with their hand on their chest, respecting their nation. For NDSA to be sitting down all the time, sipping his coffee is absurd. I am mad. I don't speak behind anybody. I say it as it is.
All right, Andy, as you have to take correction of that. We don't see it why the Biafra national anthem is going on. So that's a observation, and the correction must be taken. Thank you. And so let us start immediately with our what we have in our agenda of the meeting today. I welcome every one of you today to this emergency cabinet meeting, where we will be discussing issues about the Biafra liberation and the achievement of the government so far. So I welcome every one of you as our December declaration is coming very close. The terrorist state of Nigeria is quaking, and of course, we have done very, very tremendously well in representing Biafra people globally. So today, I welcome every one of you to this cabinet meeting. The meeting will be holding probably on every second week or every 2 weeks as we go closer to our declaration, and then we are going to move to weekly meeting as the case may be. So I hereby declare this meeting open. Let's go through the agendas of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PM. Let's go to the assessment struggle stage. Okay. So we're on agenda number 5. All right. PM, do you want to continue with agenda number 5 or with the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation?
Everybody have to log into the Google account first and get ready for the voting, which will be started very soon. So let's go to number 5. One moment. All right, thank you very much, the Chief of Staff. Once again, I welcome every one of you on the progress we have made so far, especially on the issue of defense. Biafra defense has been very, very strong. We're getting stronger by the day. The Biafra Liberation Army and the Biafra resistance fighters has done tremendously very well. And I will invite the Minister of Defense to also have his 2-minute briefing the cabinet. Thank you. Defense, you mute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, PM. So, Biafrans, so I greet all the cabinet members present. Just like the PM just said, the defense of Biafra land is very strong. Our men are very motivated. They know that what they're doing is that they're fighting for their freedom as well. So we're all fighting for freedom. So our people are doing very well, and we're supporting them. So that's very, very important. I will thank all the de facto government administrators, how they are also lending hands to support our men on ground by providing some needed supplies when there's need for that. So that's why I don't want to go really deep into it, because we're making very our men, like our Dragon Fighter Marines and our Black Marines, in the peninsula, they're doing very well. We have some incidents, but we're still controlling the Abana. This regional headquarters in Abana, we're still controlling it partially. but we are fighting there. We're defending the area as well. And also on all departments, all the command fronts, and the Biafra land, in the mainland, we're doing very well. No, we have some challenges in Imo State, of course, but it's nothing that we cannot handle. So our men, our gallant men are doing everything, and they're winning. So we are winning. Biafrans are winning. So just to keep it there, all we need is support, more financial support, for the material that they need. So but with all we have so far, we're doing very well and managing all the resources that we have. Thank you, PM. Let's leave it there.
Thank you very much, Defense Minister, for that update. And of course, we have had a development, a few days ago with our alliance of with the Ambazonia leader, the president of Ambazonia Governing Council, Dr. Cho Ayaba, which the news came that he was arrested in Norway. And of course, on that regard, we have been able to establish contact with the Ambazonia, Governing Council to know exactly what is happening and what is going on. And of course, at this point, the information is still very limited, information we are getting, but it is one of the things that everybody should understand, that it is normal in a struggle like this. You have ups and downs, and you stay very resilient and continue to push. And at the end of the day, the end will justify the means. So I will invite the Director General of the Foreign Affairs Department or Ministry of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile and the Homeland, Professor Joy Irobi, to give us a brief of what we have gathered so far between the Ambazonians Alliance. Professor Joy Irobi, over to you. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, dear friends. So to go straight, so we I had a meeting with the Ambazonia team, and it was not well, they were a little bit unsure, and of course it's very understandable. A lot of things are ongoing, but it's kind of kept quiet. So what is important is that they wanted us Biafrans to speak strongly and condemn what is ongoing. And that's what we're also doing, using the social media to really speak strongly against what is ongoing, and also basically looking at the relationship between the Cameroon BIA with Switzerland and the tight relationship between Switzerland and Norway. It's all political pressure. So basically, everything is under control. So we are very close and at standby, waiting for the Ambazonia team to give us some update on what they want us to do. But it's very good that the whole of Biafrans are basically standing strong and really condemning what is ongoing. So it's I believe that this is an opportunity for Dr. Cho to actually showcase why it's very important for Ambazonians to be free. So it might look very terrible or very difficult, but without this challenge, we're not going to be free. So we see it actually as a positive thing, and this is going to end well. I want to stop here now. Thank you, PM.
Thank you very much, the Director of Foreign Affairs, the Biafra Republic of Exile, Professor Irobi. And of course, on the update from the last court appearance of the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we expected that what transpired in the last court should have happened long time ago, for the judge to step down because she can't convict Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And of course, with what we actually foresaw, we encouraged the leader of indigenous people of Biafra to make sure that he was not tried in the last court. And that actually what happened. So if you have listened to many analyses, they have said that he was kind of making a lot of he took the show by himself in the court and didn't allow the lawyers to continue because it is not proper that you can't try a crime on top of a crime. So he actually took advantage of that, and that led to the judge, from resigning from the case, which is what she should have done a very, very long time ago. And so we are expecting that there's going to be a change in this whole process. But remember that we are not expecting him to get justice in Nigeria court. That is impossible. And that's what we have been stressing from the one. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can never get justice. You don't expect a government, there's a terrorist government that went as far as going to another country to kidnap somebody and to come and give that person a justice. It's not possible. So every reasonable person should know this. And I'm very, very happy that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu understands this very well, and the message gets to him very, very well. Today, we are also getting information that the terrorist DSS did not allow the lawyers to visit him. It is also not a surprise to us. But one thing I would like to say here today to the lawyers who are still seeing him is that, whenever I come to shout and cry like this, remember that there is something behind it. The problem Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have today is the ex-wife. She went to visit him, not because she wants to do something. She wants to know how he is doing. She wants to know how healthy he is. She wants to know everything surrounding him, how things are moving and how things are going. And she was very, very shocked that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sound, health, and healthy. So what did she do? She needed to come out and start causing confusion in order to escalate. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is already getting himself somehow, he wants to cause more confusion. So the more they limit, although she's not going to go there again for a very long time, but the more they limit anything, communication or contact with the woman, the better for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. She was directly involved in sabotaging Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. And a lot of people do not know what happened. There are a lot of information some of us have that many people who are shouting out there on social media do not have. And I am happy that his in-law, Master Prophet, is making some kind of revelation, which a lot of people are taking as a joke because of the kind of person he is. So a lot of people don't take what he's saying very seriously. But there are some things that he's saying that I personally know. And one of them is that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu relocated to Kenya. He has made this thing public, and nobody is actually interested in digging deeper. The reason he said Mazi Nnamdi relocated, he did not say he went to Kenya, he relocated to Kenya. And I am not surprised. He was also making comment that say anybody, any woman that is hitting the husband. Have you people listened to the latest video of Master Prophet? He is the person he is. He's not, you are not supposed to take everything he says very seriously, but there are some certain things that he's saying that some of us, somebody like me, I know very well that it is the truth. He was making a video the other day and say a woman that is hitting the husband is not supposed to, be a wife. A woman that is chasing the husband out of the house is not supposed to be a woman. A woman that is holding the man in the shed is not so. So all these things, what he was saying is actually what this woman did to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in their house. And he went further to say, because the woman feel that in Europe, a man cannot react, it means that this was what actually was going on in their house. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had to leave the house. So if a woman who have done all these things to the husband you think that that woman will want the best of the husband? The answer is no. So I want everybody to understand that many things that we know that many people don't know, it is still going to be in the public. But listen to what this master prophet is saying lately, not like when he was carrying baby and looking for Simon Ekpa to kill, you know, all those ones are, now everybody's brain is coming back because they have done, and now it is time for people to, you know, say the things the way it is. So if she can do all these things to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which many people don't know, you know, up to the extent of, you know, chasing him out of the house. And during the time of Nelly, you know, a lot of things, a lot of information we have, or we are just holding on, you know, to know how things will go. So there are a lot of things that is happening. Of course, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in a position at this point to make certain decisions because he doesn't know what is happening out there. So, but the lawyers now are the people I am talking to. And I know they're going to listen to this because everybody's waiting for this meeting. So I'm talking to the lawyers. The more they limit any access, any information, and let me also say it here. The only reason why she went to Abuja was because she's no longer getting information. Information is not coming from Ejimako. Information is not coming from the Maxwell. Information is not coming from the other Ejiofor, the other lawyer. So she was not getting information anymore, just like the criminals in the DOS. They're not getting information anymore. So she needed to go to see things herself, to know the condition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And when she went there, she saw of which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cautioned her, warned her very well that if you attack Simon Ekpa, you'll be divorced. Openly. She came back and she ran mad. So what is happening now is that we don't need to, you know, give credence to whatever that is happening. Biafra is not a family property. Anybody who is very competent and capable can fight for Biafra. And that's what all of you who have gathered, sacrificed everything, your money, your time, your profession, and your everything you have, including your security, you put it into the struggle to see the kind of progress we have made today. Do not allow anybody to make you believe that the struggle for Biafra belongs to certain people. No. What we are doing today is we are giving our service, our promise. The promise I made to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is that I'm not going to betray him. And as long as he have not betrayed Biafra, I will stand by him and for him till the end. That is my promise, and that promise is not just to him, but it is between me and God. So every one of you who have supported this movement up to this point, that we are now globally, that we are now in the US Congress, that we are now in Washington, D.C., we are now in the discussion of the American policymakers, what has never happened in the history of Biafra, including during the war. I want every one of you to understand that the progress we have made so far, we have not made, Biafra in the history have not made this progress, even during the Biafra war. So put that at the back of your mind. We are breaking the doors and the jinx that has held Biafra back for many decades. I remember all of you when I said that it is a step-by-step process. I told you that the time is coming when we are going to now focus on the diplomatic fight of Biafra liberation. That's where we are today. We have set every institution of the government. We have made sure that all mechanisms that we are supposed to have before we start going to the people to knock at the door of the people that will make Biafra to come and recognize Biafra, we have to put those mechanisms and everything in place. We have done that. We have achieved that. And so, which is the reason everybody is listening to us. When you want to go and they have to ask you, where is your map? What have you done? We have even gone as far as conducting self-referendum. The self-referendum have recorded sources. It is not only that, we've been able to hold Nigeria in a very, very tight corner. For the past 3 years, the Biafra people have given vote of no confidence by every Monday sit at home to every representative of Nigeria in Biafra land. So we have been able to delegitimize Nigeria using multidimensional approach. So what I'm trying to say here is that do not let anybody to bring you back to the age of the stone, thinking that Biafra struggle is for a family or for a certain people. No, it is not. We are only here to make sure that the promise we made to our fellow human being and our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that we did not break that promise. And we continue to stand on this promise till he comes out. And if he did not back down on Biafra, we will continue to stand on the promise. But the good news is that, like I said, he is going to be released in a very historic way. I want you to listen to what he said in the last court. He said the persecution of Ndi Igbo will end with him because he knows what is going on. He knows that the end has come. He knows that we are going to be the end of this whole thing. He knows that by the time we finish with Nigeria, we are going to hand over freedom to our new generation. And that is where the whole persecution of Ndi Igbo ends. So if you understand that word very well, when I told you I am going to take word, I take word inside the heart of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that thing he said in court actually have, vindicated me, because it is in line with our thought, it is in line with everything we have said in this process of liberation. And of course, those who have been the criminals killing our people, he talked to them as well. You remember when our people were carried, when they pushed our commanders, in helos, and they will drive them across Biafra land. They have killed this one, they have killed baby, this, they have killed that. You remember how they have killed our people? So he was talking to the criminals who were making kidnappings and killing our people. You know that there is the one they call Madubugo, who was the commander of ESN. That one is gallivanting in Abuja. He lived in government house. So that one was part of the kidnapping ring of Ifeanyi Ejiofor. He was into kidnapping. He kidnapped the commissioner of the former commissioner of utility in Anambra State. This information is public. I called the man's name. It is on social. It is on media. Nigerian News reported it. They swore oath with this man, and they were collecting 30 million. I have called on this man to come out and deny what I'm saying. If it is a lie. They swore oath. They kidnapped this man, give him oath in the bush, and release him after collecting ransom. This Madubugu. And today, with my exposition, maybe the man may have gotten his freedom of paying them 10 million every time. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped newly in 2021, this man was the one sponsoring them sponsoring the Ejiofor going to court in Abuja, just for formality. Every time that is court, this man will give them 10 million. And he gives this 10 million to Madubugo. Madubugo will take cash and go to Abuja and give Ejiofor 3 million. I have every information. So now, this man, I have challenged Soludo. Your commissioner was kidnapped. Can he come to tell Biafrans or Nigerians who believe in Nigeria, who kidnapped him, who gave him oath? I already told him that oath they gave you will never do anything to you. And of course, which I believe he have realized by now, because I don't believe he's still paying them after the exposition. So now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was talking to people kidnapping people in Biafra land. He's talking to them. Today, ask yourself, why is that Madubugo, who was this ESN commander, is no longer going to the court to kiss Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? That is the question that everybody should be asking. They were the one who goes to the court to kiss Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why is he no longer going to the court? He was talking to those criminals. But you know what they do? They say, oh, he was talking to Simon Ekpa. Is Simon Ekpa a kidnapper? I am fighting Nigeria government, Nigeria terrorist government, fighting the army who comes to kill our people, who killed the IPOB even when I was not in Biafra struggle. These are the people that our guns are against. And they know that very well. But because they have collected money thinking that will stop me, and they have not stopped me for the past 3 years. And here we are, surging ahead into the declaration of the independence state of Biafra, the redeclaration and restoration of independence state of that Biafra, and all of them are running mad. So my people in the cabinet, I want every one of you to just beat your chest, shake yourself, clap for yourself, because you have done something nobody else have done in Biafra struggle. You have made a history that nobody else has made. Today, because of you, we have scattered the entire United States Congress, and everybody is now posing with Biafra Charter. They now come to understand what is Biafra. They are interested in knowing more about Biafra, and many dignitaries are hopeful to embrace our convention in Finland, and that is going to be another history from this 29th of November to 10th of December 2024. We are going to make history and be part of this history. Do not let anybody distract you. No matter the propaganda on social media, it is going to increase. Do not let them distract you. Be focused and focused and focused. Thank you very much. And what we are doing today is to, make the government more stronger. Like the COS say, consolidate. I think I like that word, consolidate what we have. Is a very important one. We don't need to, expanding our tent is a very good one, but we will focus more on consolidating what we have already. After going through some of the proposal, I think I'm in line with that, consolidating of what we have. So today we are going to be moving a motion for the establishment of the Biafra. I'm moving a motion for the establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. First, I think the motion should be the establishment of the Biafra Regulatory Authority. Biafra Regulatory Authority. Then after that, we go into the establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. So I'm the European rep. We are going to go into voting for the establishment of the Biafra Regulatory Authority, Act 0 number 9, 2024, the act to establish the Biafra Regulatory Authority. This authority will be responsible for issuance of license to every business operating in Biafra land.
Yeah, PM is Biafra Communication Regulatory Authority.
Biafra Communication Regulatory Authority. All right.
Yes,
thank you
sir.
very much for that correction.
You're welcome.
But here it is Biafra Broadcasting Corporation.
Which is under the Biafra Communication Regulatory. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So the link to vote will be posted to the government platform. Every one of you should go there, sign in, register your vote, and let's keep it rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, PM.
European rep, have you posted the voting link?
Not yes, you're not seeing anything.
Link for voting.
Sorry for another correction. The establishment and approval of the Biafra National Regulatory Agency, Act 09-2024.
Okay. PM, so there's no communication there, regulatory authority agency? It's not
Please, the communication, no, not the communication, please. Who is calling me, please? Nobody should be calling me now. Establishment and approval of the Biafra National Regulatory Agency. Article 09, 2024.
I can't open the link for voting too. I don't know why.
Open the voting link, and you will see it, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't open the link for voting. I don't know why. It's from Henry.
I can see Henry.
Yeah, I see Henry, but I can't open that link. So I don't know. Uche, did you post the link?
Yes, the link is
The link is on the Telegram. I already voted.
Okay, on our
voted.
Telegram, not on the chat.
No,
No, Telegram.
I've already voted.
Okay, great.
I've already voted too.
Awesome. Oh, okay, great. So it's on our Telegram, not on the Zoom link. Okay, great.
Is it on mobile or what?
Academic kindness has equally voted.
Please, those who are
Telegram.
not in the government platform, please, some of you should forward the voting link to them, like Ifatu. But I don't think Ifatu is in the platform. And then also Agi, Dr. Agi is not in the platform as of today. So, except it should have been added there. So Agi, I've just forwarded the voting link to you and Dr. Agi.
Oh, okay.
I can't see the link on mine.
Is that Bishop Comfort?
Yes, I've seen Judith, I've seen Henry. I don't know.
I'll send it to you now.
Thank you.
Bishop Comfort, I've also forwarded to you.
Thank you.
Please, where are you forwarding it?
I can't even see it.
Who is talking?
Telegram.
It's the person.
Go to
Telegram.
Okay,
Dr.
if I let me forward it to you as well on Telegram.
Okay.
Bishop Comfort is on your phone, not on the
Thank you.
Zoom. Go to your phone.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, Ifatu, you have it now.
I see it. Thank you.
While that is going on, Uche, create another voting link.
Okay.
For every cabinet member, the approval of every cabinet member to be adopt a title of honorable from today. Honorable member.
Noted.
European rep, can you open the sheet and let's see the voting live, and can share the screen as if possible. Let them give you the co-host so you can share the screen, please, on the live voting.
We have 2 registered votes.
Please, PM on mute. PM, please unmute. I muted every other person because they were making noise.
34 votes. There are 50 or 51% here in the cabinet meeting today. So
Yeah, I'm voting. I'm just trying to sign in.
okay.
There.
Yeah,
35.
please, I'm still voting as well. I'm still trying to sign in.
35 votes.
I didn't get the link.
Who is talking?
It's Henry.
It's on the Telegram, on the
Henry, are you in the
Telegram.
cabinet? Are you in the cabinet? Telegram?
Yes. Is that the first one I have voted?
Please,
voted
I'm
the
not in
first-
the Telegram, please. I can't vote.
Judith, I'll send it to you now.
Please, Vam, send it to me also because the one here in Telegram is not taking me to the right direction.
Who is that? Is that okay?
That is 555. So who have not voted? If you have not voted, you can you can tell us now so we can forward you the Judith said that she have not received.
I voted, but it looks like I didn't see my name here.
Judith, check your WhatsApp, you see it.
Judith,
Please,
check your WhatsApp.
Can we check if Nana has voted? I know I have
I don't
voted.
have the second link.
So yeah, I don't have the second link. When I vote, I have tried. I click the Telegram. It shows you have already responded.
Then you have responded then. So can you take it up? Can you go up? Let's go.
Link is not up.
Okay, I voted.
Your Nana is here. So.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I'm voting. What position should I put that I'm holding?
You put park there.
Okay.
Just put park, you understand?
Because did you see it? I sent it to you on WhatsApp. I noticed you've not even opened it.
Yes, I think I have voted. I think I have seen my name there.
Can't see my name.
Wow, 44. There is still 6% missing.
Yeah, I can't see my name, but it's showing responded. You have already responded, but my name is not showing in the list.
Have you voted?
I did.
So which is the name?
It's Henry Agowo.
Okay, Henry. Can you go down which Henry is here now. Oh, it's Azubike. It's Henry Azubike.
Not Azubike.
So when you click on the link, what did it say? Again.
Yeah, It's showing I have responded. You have already responded.
So which means you have voted now. So you just have to check the name you put there, your first name.
PM, there is one Harry MCP, something like that.
Which number?
He has voted. Henry Agowa has voted.
Yes. Yeah.
Van, please check if I voted. I don't have the link, but I just wrote past in the chat.
Can check. I think Mazuche is the one that can check on the PM.
This person still missing.
32, Henry.
Where did you send the link to? Is it to the group chat or?
My PM, I voted, Pastor, but I didn't see my name.
I see your name.
I didn't see my name.
But I see your name now. Is it not Harry? Is it not Harry? Your vote is
I'm
number
seeing from 19 to 40. I didn't see from 1. I didn't see from 1 to 19. I just see from 19 to 40.
Your vote is 32.
Okay.
That's Henry Azubike. That's Henry Agowa there up.
Yes.
Is Henry Azubike.
I think number 4 or 5 is Henry Agowa.
No, I'm talking about Pastanya so Gosin Chukuna and so.
Okay.
How many votes so far? So who and who have not voted?
Yeah, please see if Benny has voted. I don't have the link. It's asking me to sign in. I have 2 Zoom accounts, 2 different emails, but the other one that I'm using here, I don't know whether it's not recognizing it.
So which name did you put?
The name there should be Benny. The email is benny458@gmail.com.
Because it is not you wrote your name now when you before you vote. So is it Benny you write or something else?
I don't have the link, so I didn't write anything.
You don't have the link. How did you vote?
No, it's from the group chat.
Which group chat?
No, there's somewhere they said, okay, no, somebody was just asking. There's a group chat.
PM, I have the same problem. Can I say something?
All right,
sir?
but Ben, send the link.
Okay. Please forward the link to him and Okpole, please. There is
No, I already voted. I had the same problem, and then I have to change my device. Then I voted.
Okay.
Honorable
So,
Benny, check. I've just sent you the link.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it now, Honorable.
Okay. Just one click and it will land you to the link. Yeah.
So who else have not voted? We are 49, and I think 1 person left, probably network. Who was that?
Maybe it's me. I'm trying to.
You are still here now.
I'm trying to vote now. Submit. Please check.
Namde Oba is having network
I
issues.
think I can see my name there now. Just the last one that came in.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Ma.
Also, Madam Carolina is calling and saying that she was kicked out, like she's having network problem.
Okay. Who is May?
I have not voted.
So vote now. Do you not have the link?
I don't have the link. I'm on my phone. I'm outside.
I'll forward the link to you. I'll forward the link to you now.
Anybody that is coming in here that doesn't have a name, please, you can bring him in and then ask question who the person is. Somebody is entering with Samsung, and then we have May who have entered. So can May introduce herself? May, unmute yourself. Somebody entered with May.
Sorry, it's a man, Drake. Sorry, I'm trying hard to hang on to this.
Okay.
It's Madam May.
Madam May, all right.
Okay.
So somebody
Yes.
else entered with Samsung. Can that person unmute himself or herself? Otherwise, you'll be kicked out.
Did you not tell Harry wanted to see him?
Somebody that just entered now with Samsung. If you are the one, unmute yourself and introduce yourself, or else we'll kick you out of the Zoom.
Is he running away from me?
Samsung.
Hello, Bona, unmute yourself. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I put my email, but they said my password is incorrect. So it's a problem. It's a problem here, though.
Yeah, it is. So maybe, Honorable Ma, you can forward the link to her.
I've done that. I think she should have it.
It's not about the link.
I'm using my iPhone.
iPhone or
All
something,
right.
it doesn't matter. The link.
So we are going to have 46 vote. Ologbona, unmute yourself.
You have come for
PM,
check your
the Samsung is here to identify.
Check what? Check what?
Check your WhatsApp. Person in WhatsApp.
So who is the Samsung? Please remove that Samsung, please.
Yeah, I'm going to remove you now because you opened your mic and you didn't say anything. You closed it back.
Remove the Samsung immediately if the person don't want to identify him or herself.
Yeah, remove you and we report.
Or put the person to the waiting list or waiting room.
I already removed the person.
So Ologbona, your hand was up. Do you want to say something?
Okay, PM, can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was trying. It wouldn't allow me to unmute.
But now you are
The
talking.
system kicked me when we were we had the first vote and then the system kicked me out. So I had to reboot and come back in. I'm not sure if anything if any other vote took place while I was trying to get back in.
No, we are
but
still
I
in the
did
first...
vote the first time.
Okay, we are still in the first vote.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, so I think we are done. This is enough, 46 vote. You can stop sharing the screen, please. Thank you very much. All right, today we have voted the establishment and approval of the Biafra National Regulatory Agency, Article 09/2024. And by this vote, we hereby establish the Biafra National Regulatory Agency. Article 09/2024 is hereby approved by the Cabinet of Biafra. Go to the second, motion, a motion to adopt the title of Honorable Member for all the Cabinet members starting from today. Uche, post that link. Thank you. Article 10. The adoption of the title Honorable Member for every cabinet member, every member of the cabinet of the Biafra Republic government in exile, and of course the de facto government in homeland.
Can the link be sent to me on WhatsApp?
Rauch, are you there? European rep?
The first voting went through WhatsApp.
I'm trying to set it up.
Yeah, the first voting went through WhatsApp, but then I need it on WhatsApp.
Madam Comfort, we are done with the first voting, so we are moving
I've
forward.
done it. It went through.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So the second one,
I didn't receive the link again.
On WhatsApp, please.
He's trying to.
I sent it to your WhatsApp. Yes, yes, that's what I did.
Yeah, but that the link was for the first one.
Yeah, the second one is
we have not started the second one. We are waiting for the link, okay?
Okay.
Everybody calm down.
Okay then.
My Zuche is in other room. He's coming. Thank you.
European rep, are you ready?
In about 2 minutes.
All right. Also, in the same line, the other third motion is the establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. Article 11. Establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. And my fellow cabinet members, Biafrans that are watching live today, we also want to inform you that from this day, if this Biafra Broadcasting Corporation is approved by the cabinet, we will be having the first Biafra broadcasting official Biafra Broadcasting Corporation, which will start work for the Biafra government as soon as possible. Also, the issuance of the license to operate in Biafra land will also kickstart. This particular process is going to take a lot of time. It is not going to become very easy, but we are going to start the delegitimization of the license that the Nigeria has been issuing within the Biafra land. This particular establishment of this department will begin the delegitimization of Nigeria, especially on the issuance of license to operate in Biafra land. So it is going to be a department that will be responsible for issuance of license to businesses that operate in Biafra land. And there are going to be many other licenses that this particular department will supervise. So we are going to make that open and public as we go on. Remember that this is very necessary and very imperative as we approach the December convention. A lot of things need to be put in place. And of course, especially now that the Biafra government has demonstrated to be very, competent in what we are doing, meeting the standard and the criteria according to international law. under the Montevideo Convention as a government. We have been able to meet and demonstrate that we are capable of governing ourselves through different government institutions that are very operational under the Biafra government in exile. And of course, we have been able to demonstrate the control that we enjoy, the loyalty of the Biafra people in Biafra land, and of course, defending and protecting our land and providing security and defense, where other people are crying of terrorist attack in Nigeria being sponsored by the Nigeria government for Islamization. And of course, like the governors and every other person from the northern Nigeria have their mind of Islamizing Nigeria and everybody to become an Islamic person. So we are resisting that particular agenda. And for that reason, the Biafra government have succeeded in protecting our women and children against the onslaught being sponsored by the Nigeria government, against the terrorism being sponsored by the Nigeria government, directly, indirectly, and by proxy. So my people of Biafra, this establishment of this different department and other parastatal will set the ball rolling for the next December convention to make sure we meet every requirement in accordance with international law. And that's exactly what we're doing. Pursuing this our freedom through multidimensional approach, political approach, diplomatic approach, and of course, the armed struggle approach, which is the self-defense of the Biafra land. So the form is already posted to the group. Everybody should go and vote. The voting is the adoption of the title Honorable Member for all Cabinet Members, Article 10 of 2024, and hereby put it to vote. So if you want to support this motion for the title of Honorable Member of every Cabinet Member, instead of addressing you by just Mazi, Madam this and Madam that, or Professor this, we have to adopt this particular title for every member of the Cabinet. Honorable Uloma, Honorable Robi, Honorable Nkwacha, and so on, and Honorable Adonowu, and so on and so forth. Go and hit the link and give us your support. Thank you.
Is this a new link?
And also, the European rep, can you put on the screen? As that is happening, you create a link for the establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. Thank you.
Please, can you forward the link?
It's on Telegram.
The link is on Brigi Telegram, and we believe everybody here is on Brigi Telegram. Thank you.
No, I'm not in the forum.
Sorry, who's talking?
Who's talking?
Who?
Sorry.
I can't do that.
Okay, if it's all right, I'll forward to you, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
I have problem with my Telegram account. So he asked me to sign, and when I sign, it's not. They say it's not the right one. So
I forwarded it to you.
I'll correct that
WhatsApp.
later, but not during this meeting. Thanks,
Honorable
Emma.
Benny.
I've just got the one you forwarded.
Check your WhatsApp, Honorable Benny.
Yeah, I've seen it. Thanks a lot.
Okay. You're welcome. Of comfort, I've sent it to you as well.
Taki, please check.
Muted now.
This 47 voted. For the 7 vote. So I think we can go ahead to accept and confirm this particular resolution today. All right, you can remove the sharing, please.
Honorable PM, please can I speak because I'm on movement. I want to use this opportunity to tell you that everything proposed here is being supported by me because I'm on movement now. I have an emergency call, although I continue being on this connection. God bless you, PM.
Thank
and the
you.
cabinet members.
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted. All right, the Biafra cabinet members today, 27th day of September 2024, has voted the adoption of the title Honorable Member for all cabinet members under Article 10 of 2024. We hereby confirm this particular motion and the adoption of the title of Honorable for every members of the cabinet. We move to the third motion today, which is the establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you.
I move a motion.
Thank you.
I move a motion for the establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. It has become very imperative at this point and at this juncture, when the declaration for the restoration of independence of Biafra is approaching, and of course, with the wave that the Biafra government in exile has made globally, especially in the United States, in Washington, D.C., in the Congress, and beyond, it has become imperative for the Biafra government to activate and establish the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. And we already have the standby media that have volunteered to work and for only the liberation and the recognition of the Biafra government. So on this note, today we move this motion for the establishment of Biafra Broadcasting Corporation, after which the license to broadcast for Biafra will be issued to this media house. And then we will wait for how the paradigm will shift going forward in the media. I hereby, open the floor for discussion, comment on this, and then we go to vote. The establishment of the Biafra Broadcasting Corporation, Article 12. of 2024. The floor is open for just 2-3 minutes of comment.
Sorry, PM.
Yes.
I think that should be Article 11.
11.
Because we just had 10.
11. Oh, sorry, 11. Article 11.
11.
Correction. Thank you for correction. Article 11 of 2024. Olobona, over to you.
Oh, PM, I had raised my hand way before this time. I raised my hand when we were voting for the title of honorable members. I wanted to know if we could just uniform the departments instead of some calling it ministry, some department. Can we just have a uniform title for the departments?
No.
Either we call it ministry or we call it department. Is that possible?
No, there are differences between the ministry and department. Department are under ministry. So when you are addressing a certain
yes,
a certain department under ministry, you don't address them as ministry, you address them as department.
Okay.
Yeah, so that will continue until after December. Maybe from December things will change.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comment?
Yes, PM. Maybe it's
Go
not
ahead.
relevant. I was thinking BBC, I mean Biafra Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, and then we will be also BBC. Can we twist it a little bit so that we're not exactly like BBC? I mean, if maybe it's not important, but it's just
yeah, that's a very good observation. So what do you think we should twist it to?
United States of Biafra?
No, Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation.
Biafra National. Oh yeah, okay, that's better.
All right. That sounds good. Any other suggestion?
But BBC was BBC London. This is BBC Biafra. So I don't see anything.
Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. BBC.
There's going to be a mix-up if we say BBC.
So
Biafra.
Any other? I don't know. We are shaking your hand. What is it?
BNBC.
Omit yourself. Omit yourself.
PM, can I come in, sir?
USBBC.
Okay, I don't know.
One after the other, please.
This is I don't know.
There we go.
We do not want anything BBC that will remind us of Britain for all they have done to us. Can BNC or BABC, Biafra or BIB, but not BBC.
Noted. All right, Nana, Dr. Nana. Omit yourself.
Yes, my Prime Minister. Good evening. Yes, I'm in line with what I don't know who said. Let us adopt the name Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation so that we have a clear difference from the BBC.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Lewane.
We can also, sorry.
Please, nobody should talk when you are not asked to talk. Ugochi, go ahead.
My suggestion is, I don't know, it doesn't matter if the name is long. What of United States of Biafra Broadcasting Corporation?
National Broadcasting.
United States of Biafra Broadcasting Corporation.
National United States. Let's just use our full name. United States of Biafra, then add whatever we need to add.
Broadcasting. National Biafra.
All right, thank you.
NBB.
Your suggestion is noted.
National Biafra.
James, omit yourself.
Good evening, PM, sir.
Good evening.
BBC, for me, BBC should stand. At least that should be a conversation. When people go to Google or anywhere to Google, they'll find out that there's BBC Biafra and the BBC London or whatever they call themselves. So whatever threat Britain have given to us shouldn't be a yardstick for us to cover out. So when people go there, they also search, they see that there's BBC Biafra. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ngozi, unmute yourself.
Thank you, my PM. I think I support Biafra National Corporation.
Yes,
We
that's
don't
what I have.
to do anything with BBC, connecting with
BNBC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right.
Osai.
Osai.
Osai, unmute.
Osai, unmute. And COS, can you take it off from here, please?
Ask
yes.
if Voice of Biafra will be nice. What do you think, sir?
Thank you. Benjamin.
Yeah.
Is Voice of Biafra not for
Chief of Staff, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was suggesting if Voice of Biafra will be okay, or...
Oh, we heard you. We got it. We got it. Thank you. Next person,
Okay.
Benjamin, go ahead.
Honorable PM, members of the cabinet, PNBC is beautiful.
All right, thank you. Benny, go ahead.
Okay, I would suggest that we use Biafra Broadcasting Agency because it's an agency that regulates the broadcasting services in Biafra. So
Thank you.
PBA.
Thank you. Joshua, go ahead. Onunaka.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I will suggest the name United States of Biafran Broadcasting Corporation, USBBC. USBBC.
Thank you. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I wanted to suggest, oh, sorry. Yeah, let me, okay. Yeah, the US, that's a United State of Biafra, but BBC, I would want whatever we use at the beginning, let the BBC be there. It is let it be historical. So once we remember it, future generations will also say, oh, BBC, make the connection of the harm BBC did to Biafra.
So when would we?
So you suggested UNBC, right? United.
Yeah. USBBC.
All right, thank you. Nenna, go ahead. Honorable Nenna, please. Unmute yourself, ma'am.
I agree with Biafra Broadcasting Agency, in that the agency will comprise of both radio, newspaper, and televisions.
Thank you.
Each of these agencies will be having their own separate body, but still under BBA.
BBA, thank you. Apostle Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. All protocols observed. I agree and support USA BBC because it defines who we are and also sets us apart, as a competitor with BBC. So US BBC is my choice. Thank you.
USBBC.
Yes.
Thank you. Henry, go ahead. What are you doing?
Okay, thank you. Good morning from here. I will suggest BCB, Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra. Thank you.
Broadcasting BCB.
That's correct, ma'am. BCB.
Thank you.
Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra.
All right, thank you. Bishop, Minister, go ahead, please.
All protocol observed. I'll suggest Biafran National Broadcasting Corporation.
BNBC. Thank you so much, Minister. Bishop Comfort, go ahead, please.
I suggest Biafra United Broadcasting Corporation.
Biafra United, BUBC. Thank you so much. Honorable Amobi, go ahead, please.
Yes, all protocols observed, please. BMBC is what I go for. Thank you.
And what's the full meaning, please? BMBC.
It's Biafra National Broadcasting Commission.
All right. Thank you so much. If I had to go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My justification is practical. You see, BBC is very well known. And the two people that spoke earlier spoke about Google. When you search BBC, even if you're searching the British BBC, it will pull up the Biafra BBC. So anything you do and put on its webpage on social media will get all that search, all that views or following. So for me, it's better to be BBC, Biafra Broadcasting Corporation, and you ride that coattail and own it, make it yours. But people already know it. You don't have to advertise it because it's very well known.
So you
I
said
support
BBC, right? Ifatu.
Yes, because
Thank
it's
you.
very well known.
Thank you so much. Honorable Owo, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to suggest NABSOB. NABSOB with NABSOB. That will mean National Broadcasting Service of Biafra.
National Broadcasting Service
of Biafra.
NASOB, National Broadcasting Service of Biafra. Thank you so much, Benny. Benisa, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, the simplest way to deal with it is Biafran National Broadcasting Service, period.
Thank you so much. Gozie, go ahead.
Biafra National
All protocol observed. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I'll go for TBNBC. That's the Biafran National Broadcasting Commission.
National, the same thing. Thank you so much. Akbole, go ahead, please. Akbole, on mute.
Good evening, cabinet members. Good evening, Prime Minister. Good evening, SOS. Good evening, Finance and good evening, Biafrans. I will suggest we maintain the status quo. Radio Biafra and Voice of Biafra. Then we should define whether we have television, and then these two we have, what work are they going to do? International or local? Because where I live here in Germany, they have ARD and ZDF, and they have Deutsche Welle. So we must have a voice. Let us not quarrel about the names we are going to name our children. Let us have the children first. And the children we have already had, let us maintain the name, but we can now minimize calling some names, but Radio Biafra and Voice of Biafra, I think, left for me, we should maintain it and then define
what name do you want, please?
Other things and other things international. Thank you.
Akbole, what name do you suggest?
I suggest maintain
All right, next person, please.
I don't if it's the model for the two, then Biafra Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Benny. Go ahead.
Then BBCO, not BBC.
BBCO with an O there.
Yes.
What does the O mean?
BBCO.
What does the O mean?
Cooperation. That last one with the O, so that we're not BBC. You can never be BBC.
Okay. So you say BBCO, right? To make it the BBCO.
Organization.
Please, we don't want anybody to stay more than 1 minute, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
There is no story
here.
Ahead.
Yeah, Benny, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. All protocols observed. I just want to emphasize a few things. We know, just as the PM has said, we're going to register international broadcasting services, and we don't want to appear a laughing stock in the eyes of those people. BBC is a known stock, it's a known name, and we'll have to watch if there is a copyright registration on BBC.
There should
be. If there's a copyright registration on BBC, then we're going to be sued for it. And then,
Yes.
of course, you bring us to you ridicule us before the world.
So what's your
that's why I was saying
suggestion?
BBA or anything that is distinct from other broadcasting corporations.
Cabinet meeting.
Thank you so much. Pastor Anya, so go ahead, please.
Yeah,
I suggest somebody is speaking on
If
the
somebody
back.
is talking, you have to mute yourself when you are talking out, please.
Pastor Anya, so go ahead.
Okay, I suggest Voice of Biafra People's Corporation. Voice of Biafra People's Corporation.
Thank you so much. Voice of Biafra People's Corporation. All right. I think we got everybody. Oh, well, go ahead. Honorable Kechuku, go ahead.
I think he has spoken now.
Okay, great.
All right, so on that note, we are moving a motion for the establishment of the Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation. I believe this was the majority of the opinion of the people. So, Uche, can you reflect, make the editor reflect this particular name on the voting for the establishment of the Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation, BNBC?
Yes.
And then post the link to vote for this
It's on.
on the platform, and everybody forward march to the platform and do your voting. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chair, please correct that. Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation, you posted the wrong name. It's Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation. Please change the name you posted. Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation, that was approved.
It's correct. It's
And
correct.
the spelling.
No, he put Biafra Broadcasting Corporation. That's not what, it's not correct. It's Biafra.
The spelling.
The spelling of corporation.
Has been corrected at number 11.
Send me the link, please.
24.
What's up?
PM, it says what Uche posted said BBC. That is
No, it has been corrected. Just click on it and you see.
Okay, did he post a new link? Let's see.
No, just click on the same link. On the same
Okay,
link.
great.
So it has been corrected, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Biafra National. Okay. Thank you. Just correct the spelling of Corporation Act. Thank you so much, Uche.
Yes, Uche, please correct the
Corporation
spelling of
is
corporation.
not C-O-O-R-P.
Yeah, of course, we are in a rush here. So
is missing.
It is
A is missing in broadcasting.
Can I have the link, please? Can I have the
Broadcasting and
link?
corporation.
So correct the
O
this,
is
please. Correct the
missing.
corporation, please.
The broadcasting as well.
Yes. Broadcasting and corporation, both of them.
Honorable Mark, please send me the link again.
On WhatsApp, please.
Okay.
And please, those who is now voting for with the corrected spelling, please should take a screenshot for us to post, because our own is with the wrong spelling. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Broadcasting, which you're broadcasting, please correct that. Broadcasting, CA. There's no CA, broadcasting, and then spelling of corporation. Thank you.
The spelling is not okay.
Yeah, the broadcasting is still not okay.
Even the corporation there is not okay.
Yeah, the corporation, both broadcasting and corporation. But I think he will correct it later, I think.
You left click and have the correction. Right click.
The cabinet meeting today at this point has over 6,800 Biafrans watching on our page alone. So, and within 1 hour of the live broadcast. So Biafrans are eager to know what the cabinet, government in exile, are discussing today.
It's good.
Before we
All right,
submit.
has the correction been made?
No.
If the correction has been made, then can we have it on the can we have it on the screen, please?
It has not been made.
It has.
It has?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it on the Telegram now?
I don't know, we have not voted.
No, I haven't seen the corrected version.
Just click on it. It doesn't need to be called. Just click on the link and vote. You will see the listing there.
Okay.
Excuse me, PM, I've voted. I need to step out for a second. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
I've voted, but I can't find my name.
If you have voted, your name is there.
Yeah, I've seen it. Thank you.
Honorable Bishop, you want to make sure
Ma'am.
you did.
Kedo.
You want to make sure
Jessica, I appreciate you.
Has everybody voted?
It's still showing 43. So
good evening, DPM. Good evening, cabinet members. I'm just coming in now. I'm not voted, but I'm just looking at the link to vote.
Yeah, this is the party. Please, can I get a link?
What?
Link.
The link is on the Telegram.
I'm not on it.
Please, I don't have the link to vote, please.
Who is that?
Judith.
Go to the Brigade Cabinet. You remember in Brigade Cabinet?
I mean, my
I sent it to you.
I'm having problem with my Telegram.
I thought I sent it to you. Wait, let me send it.
Post it to WhatsApp.
It is directing me to Telegram.
Why?
I don't know.
Wait, no, click it. If you just click it, it will work. It's not supposed to direct you any other place. Oh, wait, I copied it wrong.
Okay,
it's my
thank
fault.
you, because you have been sending me others. Thank you, sir.
I copied it.
Copied
it wrong. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Okay, you can use it now.
don't know if I voted or not. So I don't know what on my phone. I can't find my name.
Some names are
Excuse me, I don't know if my vote is confirmed. I couldn't find my name.
Click there. If you click there, it will tell you you have voted, and that should be okay. Click on that link again.
On the blue thing?
On the link, yes. And you will see what it will tell you.
Oh.
What did you say? I clicked on it. It said you have already responded. So if you see this, that means you have voted.
45, 46.
I just voted now.
All right, I think 46 is a pass mark. So you can stop sharing, please. $47. All right, congratulations to the Biafra people. This day, 27th day of September 2024, Biafra government has voted for the establishment of the Biafra National Broadcasting Corporation, BNBC. Congratulations, and with this development, we are going to have official media, which will be licensed by the regulatory authority or agency of Biafra. In a few days' time, we're going to brief Biafrans, update Biafrans on that development. Next on the line, thank you very much, honorable cabinet members, for this day that we have been able to establish these agencies and department, especially on this media, which is very important in this liberation phase. On this note, we are moving to the next section of the cabinet meeting, which is going to be a closed door meeting. And in this closed door meeting, the media will be, the media will cut off the broadcasting, the live broadcast. Of course, it can be live, but please use something else to, to show to Biafrans who will be watching and should wait. If you are watching us live, please, you have to have patience and wait. We are going to have a closed door meeting. After that, we will be live again to brief you on the outcome of some of the things that we're going to discuss in the private. So please, yes.
PM, do you want? I think you wanted the U.S. Congress
yes.
report from
Yes,
August, the South
thank
Korean
you.
report, the RAFO, and the coordination of Finland and PM's calendar to be open. We still have not done that.
Yes, please. It is going to come, please, after the closed door meeting, please.
Awesome.
So Biafrans will continue to wait and see what will come up after the closed door. So after the closed door meeting, we go to the update on the U.S. Congress and the South Korea and what have you. So please, the media should go off, put a jingle or something else, and let the viewers, continue to hang around. We are going to be joining them back.
There is no room for sabotage. I am not fighting Biafra freedom with a clear eye. The thing I'm telling you people today, if you know you are going to occupy any position in the Biafra de facto government in the homeland, listen and pay attention. I don't have friend. I don't know anybody. I don't know you. You are not my friend. The only thing that we are doing brought us together is that you have volunteered to serve Biafra people in the homeland. If you become a problem, you will regret it. It is a call to serve Biafra people, not a call to serve Simon Ekpa, not a call to build clique, not a call to form cabals in your various states, not a call to do paddy in the Biafra government, the price and the consequences is heavy. Many people have died in this struggle. You must listen to instruction, you must take directive, and don't joke with it. Prayer. We will burn Nigeria down. That is what it requires to protect our people, protect our land. We will burn them down. And after that, therefore we come. I want you to understand that if you want peace, you prepare for war. What I've seen for the past 2 years is nothing to write home about. It is not anywhere in the media. Our people have been butchered, head chopped off by the people who are supposed to be protecting those people. The people they call governors in the southeast part of Biafra has become the tools and the killing machine. We are not going to forgive them.
The United States of America is a steadfast supporter of the principles that people have a right to choose their own form of government. Nations have a right to choose their own alliances. There are inalienable rights governments must protect. The rule of law must be cherished. Sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be respected.
The UN Charter and its principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, human dignity, and the right to self-defense, these principles are universal and we must uphold them. International law must be protected always and everywhere, without any ambiguity, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and everywhere in the world. This is our global responsibility.
Self-preservation must be protected at all costs. Today, the Biafra Liberation Army have neutralized dozens of these terrorists in our land, and we are proud of them. They will continue to go down. Our demand is very simple. Pull them out of Biafra land. Remove every checkpoint. If you do not dismantle all the checkpoints, they will continue to die. We will continue to excel. We will continue to deal with Nigeria, and Nigeria will never ever remain the same until Biafra exits from Nigeria. A government that uses violence will be responded with the same and equal measure of violence in self-defense. So I told them, if my God, here is not taken, I will turn to a beast and Biafra will come. Nigeria has no rule of law. Their rule of law is gun and bullet. And we have come to resist it. My fellow Biafrans, the world leaders made it very clear that self-preservation is a must. They use the word must. And it should be protected at all costs. At all costs.
The federal military government in Nigeria has taken over the administration of the country. The functions of the federal military government will be exercised by the Supreme Military Council, and details of which will be announced later.
After the first military coup that installed Major General Johnson Thomas Aguiyi-Ironsi as Nigeria's first military head of state on January 16, 1966, the northern soldiers had started planning by May 1966 the revenge of their leaders who had been murdered in January. The northerners were the major casualties of that coup that was carried out by soldiers mainly from the east. To them, it was an eastern-favored coup, as Aguiyi-Ironsi's regime was believed to be extremely partisan. This highlighted the feeling of insecurity of other groups. It created more problems than it solved old ones, which led to severe criticism of the supreme leader. The general himself may not have been necessarily nepotistic. Rather, he failed to see the sectional and clannish implications of events policies and appointments that were made during his tenure of office. 194 days after taking office, Aguiyi Ironsi was murdered in a northern counter coup on July 29, 1966, and for 3 days, the nation had no leader until Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon succeeded the late head of state on August 1, 1966. The immediate significance of the July coup was that it forced a return of an ethnic balance within the army, as neither the major ethnic groups, Hausa or Yoruba, was placed in power, but a minor ethnic group from the northern region in present-day Plateau State. In the confusion that followed the second coup d'etat, the slender confidence that remained between the Igbo and the northerners was shattered. Disturbances broke out in the east, but even more so in the north after August 1, 1966. The mass killings of the Igbos in the north was a deplorable act which was condemned by Nigerians, including the military governors. With the counter-coup of July 29, 1966, the political development of Nigeria's federal structure took a different turn. It was accentuated even more by the fact that the Eastern Region government in Enugu immediately threatened secession if certain grievances and demands were not met. The immediate concern of the federal government, therefore, was for it to find ways to appease the East, so long as such secession were within the framework of one Nigeria. Claiming he was not safe outside the East, the Eastern Military Governor, Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, refused to leave the region for any meeting anywhere in Nigeria. In a rejoinder, the federal government too argued that the Nigerian leader Yakubu Gowon could also not go to the east for a meeting. His life, they also claimed, was not safe there either. Tension mounted, and Lieutenant General Joseph Arthur Ankara of Ghana offered a neutral meeting place. The venue was Aburi, Ghana. The Aburi meeting started on January 4, 1967 and lasted for 2 days. Those who attended the meeting included Head of State Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon and military governors of the 4 regions, Hassan Usman Katsina of the Northern Region, Robert Adeyinka Adebayo, David Akbode Ejo, and Chukwuemeka Ojukwu of the West, Midwest, and Eastern Region respectively. Others included the military administrator of Lagos, Mobolaji Johnson, and the head of the Nigerian Army, Commodore Joseph Idet Akinwale, and the Inspector General of Police, Alhaji Kam Salem, among others. Aburi was significant for several reasons. First, that the leaders met at all was an achievement in itself. But even more tangible was the fact that the leaders agreed that force would not be used to settle the brothers' palaver. There was also the question of the disposition of Nigerian troops and the reorganization of the army after the second coup on July 29, 1966, and the subsequent killings that followed in May and September. Further, Ojukwu said that his region was perturbed, that contrary to Gowon's promise on August 9, 1966, that all soldiers would return to their region of origin, northern troops still occupied the western region. Gowon replied that his promise on August 9 applied to the repatriation of soldiers of northern origin stationed in the east back to the north, and those of eastern origin stationed in the north back to the east. He had fulfilled his promise, he said. He then emphasized that soldiers of northern origin would remain in the west, since there were only a few Yoruba in the Nigerian army. Ojukwu was not satisfied and further insisted on a reorganization of the army on a regional basis. Gowon was also firmly opposed to splitting up the army. Ojukwu claimed that Nigeria did not have a central government since the country, as a result of the second coup and its aftermath, resolved itself into 3 separate sovereign areas: the Lagos West North area, the Midwest area, and the East area. But Gowon insisted that Nigeria was still one nation, an entity composed of 4 regions and a central government in Lagos. Ojukwu then proposed that the situation in the nation necessitated a drawing apart of the regions, because the separation of forces, the separation of the population, is in all sincerity necessary in order to avoid further friction and further killings. The other leaders, who also wanted one Nigeria, agreed to Ojukwu's proposal, but apparently without understanding the implication. This was the bombshell of Aburi. By agreeing to Ojukwu's argument that the regions should be first pulled apart in order to stay together, the other leaders in effect sanctioned Biafra's secession, hence the end of Nigeria as a single nation. They attended and left the Aburi meeting with a firm belief that Nigeria should and would continue as one nation. But they had gone to that meeting, as it seems, without adequate preparations in terms of a crew of legal and political advisors, which such a meeting demanded. They had gone to Aburi in a spirit of comradeship. Ojukwu, on the other hand, meant business. He arrived at Aburi with a strong team of legal, political, and economic advisors, secretaries, and realm of paper. Not only did the other leaders agree with Ojukwu that the regions and people of the nation first draw apart, they also agreed to the latter's suggestion that there be no supreme commander of the army, hence no head of government or head of states. What Ojukwu wanted was that whosoever is at the top should be a constitutional chap, a titular head, but he would only act where, say, we have all met and taken a unanimous decision. Since the unanimous decision of all regions was required before he could act in all matters which affected any of the regions or the nations as a whole, the commander-in-chief and head of government was so only in name. He would still be a titular head. The point of the agreement at Aburi was that each region would be responsible for its own affairs, and that the federal military government would be responsible for matters that affected the entire country. A simple enough concept. Afterwards, the officers toasted their reconciliation and agreement with champagne. The federal government's jubilation was such that on his flight home, Ojukwu asked one of his secretaries whether the federal delegation had fully understood the implication of what had been agreed. However, no one at Aburi other than Ojukwu really understood the constitutional implication of what had been agreed. Ojukwu was obviously delighted with this, hence why he was in such a hurry to implement the decision taken, and why the federal government had to renege on them. Federal permanent secretaries who headed the various ministries of the government as of then, as well as political and legal experts in the country, were appalled at the content of the Aburi Agreement when their leaders returned home. The permanent secretaries met on January 20, 1967 to evaluate the agreement, and they rightly argued that the title of Commander-in-Chief was a subtle way of either abolishing the post of the Supreme Commander or declaring it vacant now that its previous occupant, Major General Aguiyi Ironsi, was dead. They further reported that the proposal that all appointments to top posts in the military, civil service, and the diplomatic corps would be unanimously approved by the Supreme Military Council would tend to paralyze the functions of the Federal Public Service Commission. They also noted that the alliance and loyalty of the regional appointed officers of the federal government would be to regions, meaning in effect that there will be no federal public service. The summary of their report was that the Aburi Agreement summed up to a confederation. The leaders themselves were shocked. The shocking revelation of the meeting of the Aburi Agreement overshadowed some of the important decisions the leaders agreed to at Aburi in their search for peace and for a new basis of a stable federal union, or at least a national unity. Aburi on the whole was a big success, but interpretation of what transpired at the meeting devalued the success. Ironically, to implement the decisions agreed on at Aburi was necessary. Ojukwu set March 13, 1967 as a deadline for unilateral implementation of Aburi. Gowon, on the other hand, restated that the constitutional changes the East proposed would not work because such changes would result in the end of Nigeria as a single nation. Gowon had given too much away in Aburi that would have led to the destruction of the country. He legalized total regionalism, which would make the center very weak, and a weak center would eventually lead to confederation and total disintegration of the country. While the federal permanent secretaries were evaluating the document to which their leaders were signatories, Ojukwu and the East had grown tougher with their demands. On their own, the other military leaders on March 17, 1967, issued a significant policy, Decree No. 8, which conferred far more powers on regional governments than before. This was deliberately done in the hope that a new and greater degree of decentralization would placate the East so that it would not succeed and a potentially consequent brutal war would be avoided. This Decree No. 8 ignored the report of the permanent secretaries but did not fully concur with Ojukwu's demands. It also decentralized the government to such an extent that the regions were virtually autonomous units in each of which each regional governor had executive powers. However, Ojukwu would reject the decree because a part of the decree stated that no region shall exercise its executive authority so as to impede or prejudice the exercise of the executive authority of the Federation or to endanger the continuance of federal government in Nigeria. Further, it provided that the Supreme Military Council can also take appropriate measures against a region which attempts to secede from the rest of the Federation and could take over the functions of that region. The part Ojukwu and his Easterners hated the most stated that the federal government could declare a state of emergency in any region which violated any of the above provisions on the consent of the remaining 3 regions instead of the unanimous decision of all the 4 regions. As a result, Ojukwu set March 31, 1967 as the D-Day for the unilateral implementation of the Aburi Agreement, but the East did not succeed. Instead, it seized all federal revenue which came from that part of the country. In the meantime, the Yoruba people were dissatisfied with the presence of troops of northern origin who occupied the western region, and the decision to recruit Yoruba people into the army did little to ease those feelings. So, the Yoruba through Chief Obafemi Awolowo proposed that should the East succeed, the West would feel free to follow suit. The federal government was caught pants down, while Ojukwu and his cohort in the East popped champagne. While the federal government was still trying to steady itself from these revelations, the northern leaders made an astonishing suggestion: the creation of more states. The nation was stunned. The question of the creation of more states, particularly in the north, had been a perennial issue which northern politicians had always resisted, and southerners had accused the north of trying to dominate Nigeria forever. They also believed that the Nigerian crisis would be over if the north accepts that power can be shared. Breaking up the north into more states, which was what the East and other parts of the nation wanted, would provide the answer. The northern decision was a pleasant surprise to most of the nation, particularly the minority people of the north, that is the Middle Belt areas and those of the Cross River or Goja River area, which the secessionists would later claim as part of their government. Because of this, Ojukwu did not agree to the Northern Declaration for the creation of more states. The Westerners, who had been one of the ardent advocates of the creation of more states, felt pleased with the unprecedented Northern move, and they eventually threw their support behind the federal government. Now energized, the federal government was ready for a showdown with authorities in the East, as the authorities in the Eastern region executed some acts which provoked the federal government. These acts included seizure of over £200,000 worth of produce belonging to the Northern Region Marketing Board that was in Port Harcourt in the East awaiting shipment. The confiscation of 1/3 of the entire rolling stock of the Nigerian Railway, as well as 115 oil tankers. Other acts include the seizure, also at Port Harcourt, of a Nigerian Airway DC-3 aircraft which had left Ikeja Airport earlier on the same day on April 5, 1967. A week later, 3 Igbo gunmen in civilian clothing hijacked another plane belonging to the Nigerian Airways, which was flying from Benin in the Midwest region to Lagos. The federal government immediately halted all further flights to the eastern region. Terrorist activities in Lagos and other parts of the country heightened tension. Before long, the economic sanctions against the East were beginning to bite as a result of an economic blockade of the East in the early May 1967. A few days later, on May 26, 1967, Ojukwu addressed the East's Consultative Assembly, consisting of some 300 delegates from all provinces in the East. He declared, and I quote, "There is no power in this country or in all Black Africa that would be able to subdue us by force." It was left to the Assembly, Ojukwu continued, to choose one of these 3 alternatives, accepting the terms of the North and Gowon, and thereby submitting to the domination from the North, or continuing the present stalemate and drift, or ensuring the survival of our people by asserting our autonomy. The Assembly got the message. For whatever it was worth, it gave Ojukwu the powers and urged him to declare at an early practicable date for Eastern Nigeria as a free, sovereign and independent state by the name and title of the Republic of Biafra. The authorities in Lagos had anticipated the move and had prepared for it. On May 27, 1967, Gowon declared a state of emergency for the entire nation and announced that he had assumed full powers for the short period necessary to carry out the measures which are now urgently required. Decree number 8, which was promulgated deliberately to appease the East, was nullified. Gowon also announced that Nigeria was divided into more states, 12 in all. Nigerians were jubilant as the minorities felt secure and out of domination by the majority peoples within the former regions. The northern region was broken into 6 states: Northwestern, North Central, Northeastern, Benue Plateau, Kano, and Kwara, thereby cracking its monolithic posture. The East was broken into 3, the Igbo people having their own state East Central, and the non-Igbo minority people in the East 2 of their own states Rivers and Cross River. The Midwest remained as it was. Some part of the Western region was carved out and merged with the Federal Territory of Lagos to form Lagos State. What remained of the Western region became the Western States. The creation of more states in the country pushed the East Central State, the Igbo heartland, into an interior pocket, cut off from the coastal oil reserves and its 2 seaports of Port Harcourt and Calabar. Thus, the lack of seaport for the East Central State was not unique. For the secessionists, the creation of more states was a bombshell, a political reality which they refused to accept or even believe. They began to speed up the withdrawal of the Eastern region, which would include, according to them, the 2 new states of Rivers and Cross River. On May 30, 1967, Ojukwu proclaimed that, quote, "The territory and region known as Eastern Nigeria, together with her continental shelves and territorial water, shall henceforth be an independent sovereign state of the name and title, the Republic of Biafra." The new flag was hoisted in public buildings in the East, and the police and army appeared in different uniforms. a national anthem which sounded like Sibelius Finlandia and which Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe later claimed was plagiarized from his poem Ode to Onitsha, was broadcast. While nothing particularly dramatic happened for the next 30 days, the atmosphere was tense. Though the federal government had her own share of the blames, especially its tardiness after Aburi, she did everything possible to prevent the Nigerian balloon from bursting and to appease the East to the extent that many Nigerians were doubting whether the federal government was a sick dog that could neither bark nor bite. Nigeria's political instability had now been pushed to its limit. On July 6, 1967, the federal government mounted what she initially termed a police action to arrest the succession. Subsequent events soon showed that it was not a mere police action. It was much more serious than that, particularly with the rebel capture of the Midwest region with another Igbo-engineered plot in the small Bene garrison on August 9, 1967. The assault on the Midwest had been a miscalculation, which led to the Midwest boomerang when the federal military government mounted a counter-offensive with Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed at the forefront. The succession was now such that it could not be stopped by just a police action, and the result was a 30-month cruel civil war in which over 1 million innocent civilian lives were lost, equipment worth billions of dollars wasted, and thousands of stalwart soldiers on both sides dead. In the end, Biafra surrendered unconditionally, pledged their allegiance to Nigeria, and the civil war officially ended on January 15, 1970.
And I would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to say that I, Major General Philip Effiong, officer administering the government of the Republic of Biafra, now wish to make the following declaration. That we affirm we are loyal Nigerian citizens and accept the authority of the Federal Military Government of Nigeria. That we accept the existing administrative and political structure of the Federation of Nigeria. That any future constitutional arrangement will be worked out by representatives of the people of Nigeria. That the Republic of Biafra hereby ceases to exist.
The federal military government in Nigeria has taken over the administration of the country. Functions of the federal military government will be exercised by the Supreme Military Council, and details of which will be announced later.
After the first military coup that installed Major General Johnson Thomas Aguiyi-Ironsi as Nigeria's first military head of state on January 16, 1966, the northern soldiers had started planning by May 1966 the revenge of their leaders who had been murdered in January. The northerners were the major casualties of that coup that was carried out by soldiers mainly from the east. To them, it was an eastern-favored coup, as Aguiyi-Ironsi's regime was believed to be extremely partisan. This highlighted the feeling of insecurity of other groups. It created more problems than it solved old ones, which led to severe criticism of the supreme leader. The general himself may not have been necessarily nepotistic. Rather, he failed to see the sectional and clannish implications of events, policies, and appointments that were made during his tenure of office. 194 days after taking office, Aguiyi-Ironsi was murdered in a northern counter-coup on July 29, 1966, and for 3 days, the nation had no leader until Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon succeeded the late head of state on
Nandi win the war. Bygone dance one, bygone dance two. Now bygone dance the three. Unapoli made Nandi win the war. Bygone dance one, bygone dance two. Now bygone dance the three. Unapoli made Nandi win the war. Bygone dance one, bygone dance two. Now bygone dance the three. Unapoli made Nandi win the war. Bygone dance one, bygone dance two.
Was carried out in Togo on January 13, 1963, it marked the beginning of unnecessary military interventions in the region. Exactly 3 years later, on January 15, 1966, Nigeria would experience its own first military coup just 5 years and 3 months after independence and less than 3 years after becoming a republic. However, analyzing Nigeria's first coup is very challenging, that one has to go back to the political situation in the First Republic to understand the reasons for the coup. In this insight story of Nigeria's first military coup, we shall take a look at how the coup happened. Who led the coup? Was it an Igbo coup? And of course, the aftermath of Nigeria's first military coup of January 15th, 1966. A few years after the British had taken over the territory that later came to be referred to as Nigeria, Lord Frederick Lugard, the then governor of the Northern Nigeria Protectorate, signed a document consolidating the two protectorates, that is, the southern and northern provinces, thereby creating the colony and protectorate of Nigeria on January 1st, 1914. The British had only one thing in mind while carrying out the amalgamation, for economic reasons and administrative convenience, thus making the union a sham, so to speak. With the foundation laid, Nigeria continued to grow and develop with agitations by Nigerian nationalists for an independent state. In response to the growth of Nigerian nationalism and demands for independence, successive constitutions legislated by the British government moved Nigeria towards self-government on a representative and increasingly federal basis. In 1954, the colony became the Autonomous Federation of Nigeria. By the middle of the 20th century, the great wave of independence was sweeping across Africa. Thus, 46 years after the amalgamation, Nigeria became an independent state on October 1st, 1960. When Nigeria gained its independence in 1960, the whole country was agog with celebration. Little did it know that 6 years down the line, a bloody coup would take place, followed by a counter-coup and even a civil war that would claim the lives of thousands of people. The British Empire had earlier claimed rulership over Nigeria, forming the Southern and Northern Nigeria Protectorates. This was cemented by the amalgamation of the two protectorates in 1914 by Lord Frederick Lugard. The British Empire would go on to rule Nigeria for almost 60 years before the motion for independence would be initiated. In 1958, the British had agreed to yield to the demands of independence. After being under British rule since 1862, Nigeria gained its independence almost 100 years later in 1960. Those who played a key role in achieving this great feat included Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, Obafemi Awolowo, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Fumilayo Ransome Kuti, amongst others. In 1963, Nigeria became a federal republic with Nnamdi Azikiwe becoming its first president. As of 1963, Nigeria was a diverse country with so many ethnic groups. It was not a surprise that at some point, certain groups began to feel marginalized and cried out for proper representation in the corridors of power. With its high population mass and larger geographical allocation compared to other regions in Nigeria, the North seemed to have dominated the government from the very beginning, having won 134 out of 312 seats in the first parliament under the Northern People's Congress (NPC). The Igbo-dominated National Council of Nigerian Citizens (NCNC) party had followed behind, garnering 89 seats in the parliament, while the Action Group AG, which represented mostly the Yoruba people, got only 73 seats. Within the period, agitations began to arise about the unequal distribution of power across the federation, backed up by allegations of corruption, anarchy, and rigged elections. The 1964 elections came up just after the leader of the Western region, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, was tried and imprisoned for treasonable felony, conspiracy, and possession of firearms. To the disappointment of many Westerners, Chief Samuel Ladoke Akintola won the October 1965 Western regional elections amidst political violence and rigging. Chief Akintola was considered to be a puppet and a willing tool in the hands of the Northerners. This ushered in the beginning of violence and misgivings in the political system as the results were said to have been vigorously rigged. Chief Akintola was from the Nigerian National Democratic Party (NNDP), which many considered to be in close relations with the MPC, and this insinuated that the Northerners were now in charge of the Western region. Refusing to accept this electoral verdict, many of the political thugs in the Western region resorted to violence in varying degrees, including arson, protest, and murder. The situation came to be known as Operation Weti. The political situation in the West has been described to be one of the triggers for Nigeria's first military coup, which was led by Majors Emmanuel Arinze Ifeajuna in the south and Patrick Chukwuma Kaduna Nziogu in the north. By August 1965, the plan for the coup was formed and the recruitment of officers who shared the plotters' ideology commenced. Now, let us take a look at the main players of the January coup. Although there had been rumors of a coup in the wake of the mayhem ongoing in the Western region, nothing significant happened until the cold morning of January 15, 1966. Those who actively carried out Nigeria's first military coup include Emmanuel Ifeajuna, Kaduna Nziogu, Adewale Ademoyega, Timothy Onwatuegu, Chris Anuforo, Don Okafor, Humphrey Chukwuka, Emmanuel Nwobosi, Ganiyu Adeleke, John Atom Pera, Fola Oyewole, and Ben Bulie. One persistent myth is that Nigeria's first military coup was led by 5 Igbo majors. The "we were 5 in number" comment by Kaduna Nziogu, made in an interview in May 1967 after the coup, is the source of this myth. The 5 majors myth was later perpetuated by Captain Ben Bulie's book on the coup, Nigeria's 5 Majors, which he admittedly based on a BBC play of the same name. Nziogu's infamous "we were 5 in number" remark made no mention of the rank of the 5. He was simply referring to the coup's 5 designated strategic regional commanders. In fact, 9 majors were originally scheduled to take part in the coup. Majors Nziogu, Ifeajuna, Ademoyega, Okafor, Anuforo, Chukwuka, Obienu, Onwatuegu, and Chude Soki. Shortly before the coup in January, Chude Soki was posted abroad. Obienu failed to show up on the day of the coup, leaving 7 majors as participants. When it came to the coup's execution, the majors designated 5 officers as regional commanders. There were Nziogu and Onwatuegu in the north, and 3 more in the south, which made up Nziogu's "We were 5" comment. In the south, the head of the Lagos operations was Major Emmanuel Ifeajuna. That makes 3 majors so far. The squad that assassinated Chief Samuel Ladoke Akintola in Ibadan was led by Captain Emmanuel Nwobosi. That brings us to 4, 3 majors and 1 captain. There was no coup in the Midwest because no military formation was stationed there. Lieutenant Jerome Oguchi, however, was dispatched to the east to arrest the premier of the eastern region, Michael Okpara. The identity of the 5th member is the most difficult to determine. Majors Don Okafor and Adewale Ademoyega were given a lot of responsibility for the Lagos branch of the coup, and one of these 2 men was most likely the 5th commander. Or it could have been Oguchi himself. There appears to have been some debate among the majors about whether or not to kill the target personalities. There was disagreement as some wanted all targets to be shot without exception, while others insisted on no blood being shed. However, they could not agree on whether some people should be killed or not. This issue was therefore left to the judgment of the officers. As a result, this decision proved unwise. It appears extraordinary that for such a sensitive operation, such as whether or not to take or save lives, such a major decision was left to the discretion of individual soldiers. Without strict predetermined parameters, such an operation would inevitably result in random executions, giving rise to the appearance of tribal killings. Some characters in the plot maintained a consistent approach. Majors Anuforo and Nziogu appeared to be among those who made predetermined decisions to kill their targets, while Lieutenant Oguchi appears to be among those who did not wish to harm their targets. Major Onwatuegu and Captain Nwobosi were inconsistent in their approach. That is the next part of our discussion. In the early hours of January 15, 1966, in Kaduna, Major Kaduna Nziogu, just like every other night, led his soldiers on the exercise Damisa, a few meters to the lodge of the Premier of the Northern Region, Sir Amadu Bello. The true aim of the exercise was to indeed carry out what would become Nigeria's first military coup. When they got close to the Premier's lodge, Nziogu then made the true purpose of the exercise clear to the soldiers. They were to eliminate the Premier. They then broke into the lodge by firing at it, but Bello could not be found. Enraged, Major Nziogu searched for the Premier frantically until he eventually found him among his wives and cries of little children. Without thinking twice, he shot him dead. Other casualties in this exercise were one of Bello's wives and a loyal bodyguard who both tried to shield the Premier from gunfire. In Lagos, Majors Emmanuel Ifeajuna, Humphrey Chukwuka, Don Okafor, and Ademoyega ran the show. Ifeajuna led the group of soldiers to Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa's house, where he was arrested. Although it was not in their original plan to kill the Prime Minister, Balewa was shot and killed when it became apparent that the coup had failed. Ifeajuna also carried out the killing of Lieutenant Colonel Abogo Lagima, who was the commander of the 4th Battalion in Ibadan. Lagima had been a guest at a hotel in Ikoyi when he was lured out of his hotel room to the lobby, where he was gunned down by the major. Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, the commanding officer of a battalion in Enugu, had also been a guest at the party and a target for the coup plotters that night as well. but he narrowly escaped death by a last-minute change of hotel room from the one initially booked for him. On the night of the coup, a party was being held in honor of Brigadier Mai Malari. Some other senior officers in the army were in attendance. Lieutenant Colonel James Yakubu Pam was abducted in the presence of his wife and children and killed shortly after by Major Chris Anuforo. Major Anuforo was also responsible for the deaths of Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Chinyelu Unegbe, Colonel Kerr Mohammed, and Minister of Finance Chief Festus Okotie Ebo. The Premier of the Western Region, Chief Samuel Ladoke Akintola, had heard rumors of the coup before the day and tried to warn Sir Amadu Bello, but to no avail. He was at his home in Ibadan when the wife of his deputy, Chief Fani Kayode, who had already been arrested, called Akintola to warn him of the impending danger. Not long after, a group of soldiers led by Captain Emmanuel Nwobosi arrived at the Premier's lodge. Immediately, Chief Akintola opened fire and defended himself. He was eventually killed by Captain Nwobosi and his men. By the time the coup plotters stopped firing, only one of the army's high command was alive and well, Major General Johnson Umunnakwe Thomas Aguiyi-Ironsi. Ifeajuna's failure to eliminate General Aguiyi-Ironsi was a fatal blow to the coup. Ironsi and other senior officers had been at the party organized by Brigadier Mai Malari to show off his new teenage bride. After the party, by a fortuitous turn of events, Ironsi went on to attend another party while other officers returned to their homes and lodges. When Major Don Okafor and his team of mutineers reached Ironsi's home, he was nowhere to be found. Hours later, the GOC came home only to be informed of the ongoing plot to overthrow the government. He had been contacted by Elizabeth Pam and from the residence of the Prime Minister. Ironsi subdued the coup and became the only senior officer on the death list who survived the onslaught. When Nziogu discovered that the South had not been completely taken over by Ifeajuna, he made a radio broadcast declaring a state of martial law over the northern region of the country. By the end of the coup, about 22 lives had been brutally claimed. The civilians who had been killed included Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Premiers Amadu Bello and Samuel Ladoke Akintola, Finance Minister Festus Okotie Ebo, Ahmed Ben Musa. This was Amadu Bello's Senior Assistant Secretary for Security. Hafsatu Bello, Latifat Ademulegun, the pregnant wife of Brigadier Samuel Ademulegun, who was shot in bed with her husband, Zarumi, Amadu Bello's bodyguard, and Ahmed Pategi, the Premier's driver. Military and police personnel include Brigadiers Samuel Ademulegun and Zakaria Mai Malari, Colonels Ralph Shodeinde and Kerr Mohammed, Lieutenant Colonels Abogo Lagima, James Yakubu Pam and Arthur Chinyelu Unegbe, Sergeant Daramola Oyegoke, Lance Corporal Musa Nimzo, Police Constables Yohana Garkawa, Akpan Anduka, Hagai Lai and Philip Lewande. The president, Nnamdi Azikiwe, was abroad on medical leave at the time of the coup. Nwafor Orizu, the acting president, while Azikiwe was away, was also spared in the onslaught. Shortly after the coup failed, the Rum cabinet of Tafawa Balewa tried to choose an acting prime minister in the person of Zana Bukar Dibkarima, but Orizu did not give any approval. However, after a meeting with Ironsi, Orizu announced at 11 p.m. on January 16, 1966, that the cabinet had handed over the reins of affairs to the military. The next day, Monday, January 17, 1966, General Aguiyi-Ironsi officially took over the leadership of the country. He established a Supreme Military Council and thus began the first military regime in Nigeria. Nzeogwu also surrendered after negotiations with Ironsi after the latter had sent some delegates on a peace talk to Nzeogwu to elicit willful surrender. After agreeing with Ironsi's conditions, Nzeogwu surrendered and handed over the northern region 3 days after the coup before he was arrested and detained contrary to the initial agreement. Other co-conspirators of the coup were also arrested, but they never appeared before a military tribunal for 6 months, and this singular act, considered unjust by the northern section of the Nigerian army, would pave the way for more devastating events. Since 1966, Major Kaduna Nzeogwu has been hyped as the leader of Nigeria's first military coup. This has been widely assumed as a result of Nzeogwu's visible role during and after the coup. The Major was the only one who was able to carry out the coup successfully in his chosen target region. Following his coup victory, he delivered his infamous speech over the radio. As a result, the false belief that he was the coup leader circulated. Nzeogwu was not the leader of Nigeria's first military coup on January 15, 1966. As a matter of fact, he was not brought into the conspiracy until the coup plot reached the logistical stage. Major Emmanuel Ifeajuna was no doubt the brain behind the coup. He was an Onitsha-born Igbo who served as brigade major in Lagos. He was a well-known international athlete who held the Commonwealth record for high jumping. He also attended the University of Ibadan. Ifeajuna later wrote a manuscript outlining his reasoning for believing a military coup was necessary. This manuscript was never published. When Ifeajuna realized Ironsi was rounding up those who had participated in the coup, he disguised as a woman and fled to Ghana. Some argue that Nzeogwu's involvement in the January 1966 coup was part of a grand Igbo plan to dominate the country. This argument ignores the fact that Nzeogwu was an Igbo only in name. Major Nzeogwu was born in Kaduna, the capital of the northern region, to Igbo immigrant parents from Okpanam, present-day Delta State, then in the Midwest region of Nigeria as of the time of the coup. His family and military colleagues refer to him as Kaduna because of their attachment to the city of Nzeogwu's birth. Kaduna Nzeogwu wore Northern Mufti when he wasn't in his army uniform and frequently referred to himself as a Northerner. Nzeogwu spoke Hausa, the lingua franca of the northern region, like a local. In fact, Nzeogwu's command of the Hausa language was superior and better than his command of the Igbo language. So, what possessed a moralistic young man like Nzeogwu to assassinate the nation's most powerful northern politician in the dead of night? Nzeogwu's logic is chilling in its simplicity. To get rid of corrupt ministers, political parties, trade unions, and the entire clumsy apparatus of the federal system. What is certain is that Nzeogwu harbored anti-government sentiments for several years before January 1966. Colonel Ralph Shodeinde, Nzeogwu's boss at the Nigerian Military Training College, had previously reported the major to Army headquarters for allegedly disseminating anti-government messages to junior officers. According to Shodeinde's report, Nzeogwu was attempting to poison the minds of these junior officers against the government. Even though the coup had been largely termed an Igbo coup, it was foiled by Igbo officers. Interestingly, those who foiled the coup were Igbo senior officers: Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, Emeka Ojukwu, Conrad Chukwu Jimje, Dibia Nwawo, Alexander Atta Madiebo, and Major Afonso Keshi. As Brigade Major, Keshi informed Madibo of the coup. Madibo moved over to the brigade headquarters where Nziogu had taken over Ademulegun's seat and worked on Nziogu. Ojukwu, commanding officer 5th Battalion, stood his ground strategically and all worked with Ironsi to end the coup. Although he may have wanted to end the MPC government, Ojukwu was not willing to work with the majors. He was at the parade ground when a telegram arrived informing him of the coup. Before he dared to tell his men, Ojukwu disarmed them, locked the armory, and sent the armory keys to a relative in Kano for safekeeping. Ojukwu informed his friend Kano's emir, Alhaji Ado Bayero, of the event, and the two men rode in the same car through Kano's streets, making a radio appeal for calm in coordinated acts of solidarity. Bayero was then taken to the battalion for protection by Ojukwu. He also received orders from one brigade in Kaduna, allegedly from Brigadier Ademulegun, but he wasn't fooled and ignored the orders. When Nziogu came out and later asked Ojukwu to release funds to pay his soldiers, Ojukwu refused. Captain Ude, one of Nziogu's aides, was dispatched to Kano, but was arrested on Ojukwu's orders when he arrived. Brigaders Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, Samuel Ademulegun, Babafemi Ogundipe, and Zachariah Maimalari were the foremost senior officers of Nigerian origin before indigenous soldiers took control of the army. When it was announced that the British soldiers would soon leave the country, it became clear that the experienced trioka of Ironsi, Ademulegun, and Ogundipe were the prime candidates for the position of Grand Officer Commanding GOC of the Nigerian Army. Of the three brigaders, Aguiyi-Ironsi was the most decorated. He was a tall, physically imposing man who appeared to be a soldier, but was easygoing and spoke in a slow, measured tone. Ironsi was regarded as the best soldier of his generation, capable of commanding a United Nations peacekeeping force in the Congo, which he did twice, the first African to do so. While in the Congo, Ironsi took the rank of Major General, but when he returned to Nigeria, he reverted to Brigadier. Brigadier Samuel Ademulegun was the most controversial of the brigaders. He was a disciplined officer. While he was recognized as a first-class soldier, he was unpopular in the army, particularly among junior officers. His open friendship with Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Saduna of Sokoto, earned him few military friends, and accepting a horse as a gift from the Saduna irritated many junior officers who ignored the fact that Ademulegun was not in a position to refuse gifts from the country's most powerful politician. Ademulegun ironically believed that his political connections would land him in the position of GOC, and as a result, when he did not get the job, he became envious of the new GOC and was not shy about pointing out the shortcomings of the man chosen ahead of him. Brigadier Zachariah Maimalari was a notoriously ferocious disciplinarian who would not tolerate insubordination. He demanded unqualified discipline from all his juniors. He was well liked in the army and was expected to become a future GOC. Major General Welby Everard, the departing British GOC, in recommending his successor, stated that Maimalari was younger, more junior to the others, and militarily immature. To Everard, Maimalari was never a serious consideration. Brigadier Babafemi Ogundipe had a more reserved personality than Brigaders Ademulegun and Maimalari. Unlike Ademulegun, he was well liked and respected within the army, both as a senior officer and as a man. He was also conspicuously unpolitical. Ogundipe was regarded by Everard as a very capable and efficient officer. The British GOC then recommended Brigadier Ogundipe as his successor, but it was without success. The Sir Tafawa Balewa-led federal government ignored the advice of its departing British GOC and gave the top job to Aguiyi Ironsi. The failure of the majors to arrest or kill Aguiyi Ironsi has led some to believe that he was involved in or was at the very least aware of the coup plot. Ironsi and other senior officers had become concerned about the possibility of a junior officer's coup in the weeks leading up to the coup. These concerns were relayed to the Prime Minister, who either ignored them or chose not to act in response. As a result, Aguiyi Ironsi was either in on the plot and an ally of the majors, or he was on the majors' hit list but managed to escape due to information provided by Igbo participants within the coup circle. However, Nziogo's interview in May 1967 may shed some truth. He had said in the interview with Dennis Ejindu that Aguiyi Ironsi was to have been shot, but that they were not ruthless enough. Thus, Ironsi and his loyalists were able to supplant them. If Ironsi was part of the coup plot, why would the majors plan to kill him? Ironsi's survival in January was due to luck rather than the knowledge of the coup plot. His survival was also in part to the major's tactical mistake in arresting or killing other senior officers before getting to Ironsi. He had been tipped off that something unusual was happening via a phone call from Elizabeth Palm, James Palm's wife, in the early stages of the coup. The uproar caused by the assassination of other officers alerted Ironsi to the coup, and he was able to rally troops who assisted him in putting down the coup. After the coup was put down, Ironsi met with the surviving members of Tafawa Balewa's federal cabinet, who reportedly handed over the reins of government to Ironsi, who then suspended several parts of the constitution. The new head of state then went on to ban all political parties and formed a new military government with a Supreme Military Council consisting of the following: Major General Johnson Aguiyi Ironsi himself as a Supreme Commander, Nigerian Armed Forces and Head of State, Brigadier Babafemi Ogundipe, Chief of Staff, Nigerian Defense Forces, Commodore Joseph Edet Akinwale Way, Commanding Officer, Nigerian Navy, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, Chief of Staff, Nigerian Army, Lieutenant Colonel George Kurubo, Commanding Officer, Nigerian Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Ojukwu, Military Governor, Eastern Region, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Usman Katsina, Military Governor, Northern Region, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, Military Governor, Midwest Region, and Lieutenant Colonel Francis Adekunle Fajuyi, Military Governor, Western Region. Nigeria's first military coup on January 15, 1966, opened the door to a series of other coups and calamitous events, like the Northern counter-coup of July 1966 and the Nigerian Civil War a year later in 1967. General Yakubu Gowon, the head of state, who succeeded Ironsi, set up policies for nation-building after the war. The National Youth Service Corps program was born out of this purpose in 1973 to unite Nigeria again. However, Gowon was overthrown in a bloodless coup that saw Brigadier Murtala Muhammad take over as a new Nigerian head of state. Muhammad himself would be assassinated in an abortive coup on February 13, 1976, which then saw the emergence of another head of state, General Olusegun Obasanjo, in a space of just 200 days. Obasanjo's regime paved the way for the Second Republic. The political ban which had been earlier placed was lifted and new elections were conducted. Alhaji Shehu Aliyu Usman Shagari emerged as the winner and became Nigeria's first executive president on October 1st, 1979. After ruling for 4 years and 3 months, the Shagari administration was ended prematurely by another military coup. This time, Major General Muhammadu Buhari emerged as the next head of state. This would be the beginning of 16 years of consecutive military rule in Nigeria. The Buhari regime would only last for less than 2 years before another coup would overthrow his government. It was a palace coup that saw the emergence of General Ibrahim Babangida. Babangida's coup was the 6th one in Nigeria in just 25 years of independence. Interrupted by the failed Gideon Oka coup of April 22, 1990, Babangida would go on to rule Nigeria for 8 years until he handed over to an interim national government on August 26, 1993. With the initial promise to return to civilian rule in 1993, the famous June 12 elections were held. Purported to be the fairest elections Nigeria has ever witnessed since independence, businessman Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola was proclaimed by some civil rights group as the winner. The results were, however, annulled by Babangida 11 days later on June 23, 1993, which led to riots and killings in the western part of the country. Under immense pressure from both the military and Nigerians, Babangida reluctantly handed over to Chief Ernest Shonekan as head of the interim national government. Shonekan was to rule until the next elections that were slated for February 1994. But Nigeria's military rule was not yet over. On November 17, 1993, General Sani Abacha forced Shonekan to resign and took over as Nigeria's new head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. You can check out the full story on how Abacha forced Shonekan to resign in our next video.
Is under assault. There is an attempt at ethnic cleansing in this state and, of course, in all the riverine states of Nigeria. We must resist it. We must stop it. Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces
state affairs. We are discussing the Fulani question in Nigeria. And the Fulani question is also the Nigerian question. I could remember discussing the Igbo question. As you discuss whatever question, other names come into the picture. Looking at the Fulani question again.
Yes.
It's like it is a warrior tribe.
Yes.
A tribe always on the mission of conquest.
Yes.
It's not just the Nigerian problem as we talk.
No.
There's also the Fulani problem in Mali.
In Mali.
It's raising its head in Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso. In Cameroon.
In Cameroon. There's this conflict.
In Senegal.
Have we really sat down?
In Central African Republic.
Have we sat down to say, let's work out a comprehensive framework to solve the Fulani problem? Beyond the issues of emotion.
Yes, I know. Well, you're right. And I will also agree with you that we should look at them beyond emotion. The Fulani as a people may have come from the union between the Berbers and some remnants of down south of the Sudan, that area and so on, intermarriages and so on and so forth. But the truth of their history is that they never, ever built even a village. They are just a wandering people. They are just like the gypsies of Europe. That's who they are. They are gypsies. They are what Cyprian Ekwensi called Sokugo.
In the novel Born in Grass.
Yes, the Sokugos. And because they are stateless, they are townless, they are villageless, they've always roamed about in the bushes and so on and so forth.
So let's give them citizenship of states.
Yeah, but the way they grew, the way they emerged, in fact, giving them a state is anathema to what they consider to be their culture. They grew up with animals.
Culture is not constant.
I know that is the majority of them have resisted change.
Because we're not giving them education.
No. There were some of them who were educated, who had opportunities in the countries where they were, but they deliberately, those who emerged and they were educated, preferred having their majority still being underdogs so that they could continue to exploit them and use their state, the state of their being, to take advantage of the larger communities which those who have now escaped from these bushes are now settled. I'll tell you what they're doing. I've just cited the case of Jubril Aminu. And Aminu Kano, a Hausa man, fought this something to ground. He was, Aminu Kano, God bless his soul, or said, look, let us rehabilitate these Fulanis. Let's give them a space. Let them be somewhere. But the thing is that those of them that emerged, like Sadarino, like even Danfodio, not only will they not want to allow the larger communities among themselves to settle down, they would rather just be a minority. When they conquer a place, make themselves the emir of the place and allow their own members to still be roaming the forest. Because they were, those who didn't escape this forest life, they were brought up with cows. They think like cows. They, like somebody observed, they lived in the jungle with snakes, with cobras. So their thinking has never gone beyond that animal level. So when you see them carrying guns, when you see them raping and killing people, that is their mentality, that is the level of their reasoning, that's the level of their development, of their civilization.
But Chief, if this persists in a state where we have intelligence, is it not failure on our part not to have come up with countermeasures to rehabilitate their minds and use their energy for development?
We ought to. We should have. That was why Awolowo wanted to be president of the whole of the country, so I could spread the kind of civilization he brought to the Western region, which Zik also brought to the Eastern region.
Which Ahmadu Bello tried to bring to the Northern region.
Which Ahmadu Bello tried to bring to the Northern region. But they resisted. Ahmadu Bello tried, but Ahmadu Bello still preferred the Fulani dictating the pace everywhere, even in the north, which was not the case in the south. When Awolowo brought Western education to the west, it did not discriminate between the Yoruba or the Edo or the Ijaw in Western region. Azikiwe or Okpara did not discriminate between the Igbo or the Kalabari or the Efik or the Anang or the Ijaw in the Eastern region at that time. Unlike the case of Ahmadu Bello, what he did was to ensure that he created fiefdoms. He created fiefdoms and made sure that the owners of such nationalities were were brought under. And so they could not influence the global picture, even of the other region, which ought to have been.
Even the colonialists could not influence the social structures of the North.
Because they didn't, exactly, now you are talking, they did not allow it.
Or the colonialists allowed it.
No, because they, to their own advantage.
To their
because
own advantage.
the colonialists realized that they could not take an Igbo man for granted. They could not take a Yoruba for granted. They could not take an Ijaw.
Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904.
Therefore, I want you to paint for me a picture of a Biafra. What type of Biafra do you want?
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor. Militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe very strongly that Southern Sudan will rise up to be strong once again. All these are teething problems. You also mentioned the issue of factionalism. It is when people put the interest of themselves and their controllers well and above that of those that they are serving. That is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you're not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Viewers, we seem to have covered most of the areas. It is the
to Simon Ekpa, who is doing a very fantastic job. Very great job that Simon Ekpa is doing. Very, very, absolutely fantastic job that he's doing. You must listen to him and share his videos accordingly. Very, very important. He is bringing a new dimension to this very awareness that we are making, and you must listen to him. Very, very important.
On behalf of Ambassador for Self-Determination, I'd like to welcome you to this gathering, which we're gathered today to support the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So let's watch this video.
Putin killed Navalny because Navalny was the one opposition leader in Russia that Putin feared the most. So this is a really tragic day for me, and it should be a tragic day for anybody who cares about democracy. You know, remember, he went back to Russia. He didn't have to go back. He went back for his country because he was a patriot that believed that his country could be different. I put him in the same ranks as the Navalny of Mandela and Valenza and Havel, but with one tragic difference now. Navalny is dead.
This particular clip, I was watching that, was a Friday morning when we got the news of Alexei Navalny's death. And obviously, the thing that came to mind, I didn't know much about Alexei, but this says it all, because he was under Vladimir Putin's thumb. First, I started to see the resemblance between his situation and Mazi Kanu's situation. Putin, as the head of state, tried to poison this gentleman, and then he recovered from that. The Nigerian government tried to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he survived and escaped. Navalny returned to Russia. He was immediately arrested and put in jail, solitary confinement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was minding his own business in Kenya when he was illegally abducted, renditioned to Nigeria, and put in jail, solitary confinement. Same situation. Anybody that cares about democracy, the first thing that comes to mind is not to let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's fate become what we just saw. And that's what got me excited. We've been quietly trying to get a coalition of people to actually demand his release, but it's been difficult. But this particular example really made me realize that if anyone has anything that they can contribute towards this man's release, to do it now. Those of you who don't know about Mazi Kanu, I'm going to invite Ben to sort of give us a little glimpse as to who he is and why he's doing what he's doing and why all of us should demand collectively and individually for his immediate and unconditional release.
Well, today is a sad day in Nigeria because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement. As of today, he has been in solitary confinement since June of 2021. Like Evans rightfully said, he was kidnapped from Kenya, minding his own business. But the fact is, this was not the first time he was kidnapped. He was first kidnapped in 2015 in Nigeria, and he was locked up for 2 years. And later on, he was released. And then there is a failed assassination of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his own home in Abia State. And miraculously, he escaped that very assassination only by God's grace. So he's alive today. But I want everybody to know, any day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement is another day of violation of his fundamental right as a human being, as a father, as a husband, and as a community leader. There is no reason why he should be in prison today, if not for the sake of others. He wasn't fighting for his own. He wasn't fighting for his family. He wasn't fighting in the name of the Kanu community. He was fighting for the interests of all. So I believe there's a video that we're going to show you so you can get a taste, a glimpse of some of the things that took place that really made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out in public and began to openly call for the freedom of our people. But before then, there's something happened. You're going to see a different Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back in 2013 in Europe. He wasn't campaigning for Biafra. He was not agitating for the freedom of Biafra. He was actually agitating for Nigeria to get better, for the government to take note of the suffering of the masses and do something. Do something so that everybody will benefit. With no mention of Biafra. Until Nigeria failed him, and it was crystal clear that this country is not going anywhere. They're not going to listen. They don't care about their people. Well, if you don't care about Nigerian citizens, I'm going to care about my people. That's when he began to talk about Biafra, to talk about separating from Nigeria, so that every region can develop, at their own pace. So you can make policy and rules that will benefit your people because you know your people. Because there's nothing that holding Nigeria together. It's three nations put together to be one nation, and nothing worked. Nothing ever worked, nothing is working, and it will never work. So I want to show that video while he was in London talking about the situation in Nigeria.
The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the international community for peace. But one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interest of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
The Nigerian government has its own way of dealing with peaceful gatherings it doesn't like. The day began with a gathering of people come to pray for the release from prison of one of their leaders.
Provide us some evidence that IPOB's a terrorist group. More than 2 years later, still zero. You can't make free speech and freedom of association terrorism. Every single day that he languishes in that solitary confinement is another crime against humanity.
The protest that you saw, where you saw the army shooting people, innocent, unarmed citizens, that took place in 2016. Okay, our people came together, as they have done several years before, okay, to honor their fallen heroes, those that fell in the Biafran Nigerian Civil War of 1967 through 1970. So they gathered, this is a high school. They were not on the street protesting, no. They were not in front of the House of Assembly with placard protesting, no. They were not marching or causing insurrection anywhere, no. They were in a particular place. You have to go through a gate to come into the school premises. That's where they gathered. And that's where the combined forces of Nigerian Army, Air Force, Navy, DSS came in there, took a combat position on the ground, and opened a live ammunition. And at the end of the day, they murdered over 150 young men and women. 150 young men and women. And this was reported by Amnesty International. It was all over the globe. And to make matters worse, they took their body and dumped them in a mass grave where they poured acid on these children so they become unrecognizable. So how could somebody tell me or convince anybody that this is a viable nation that would work for everyone? These are the atrocities that led to the debut of the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that you hear today. And this young man requested for things to get better, build schools, build roads and bridges, build hospitals, so that our women will have a place they can go and receive a proper medical attention. Build recreational centers, build factories. So as young men and women are graduating from school, they have a place where they can be gainfully employed. They don't want to do any of this. But this country will spend money from the oil revenue to import terrorists from all over the world. Right now, there are more than 5 terrorist groups that operate in the country today. Ansaru is in Nigeria. El-Shabaab is in Nigeria. Mieti Allah operates in Nigeria. Fulani bandits operate in Nigeria. Fulani herders that have been named the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world by the Global Terrorist Watch of West Africa. These terrorist groups operate in Nigeria. And the government of Nigeria provides an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to do their bidding. They provide them with logistics, money, arms, and then they send them to the eastern region of Nigeria to kill my people and to destabilize the region. That is their goal. And that's exactly what they're doing now. These are the things that brought out Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If the country was working, you may not know who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. It wasn't working. And it's never going to work. Not the way the country is presently constituted. When he was out, people say you're calling for war, you want to war, you're causing problem. You know, he said, no. I'm not causing problem. I'm just asking our government, the government, to do the right thing by the people. So I'm going to stop here, and you can hear his goals and aspiration.
You're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence.
Complete independence. Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else?
Or death, yes.
Or death?
That's correct.
If push comes to shove,
yes,
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortars.
So no war? You've ruled out the...
Absolutely, I don't believe in war, no war.
Well, we're going to invite Attorney Jesse to educate us a bit on the legal aspect of the whole thing where we are today. Brother Jesse, thank you, brother. There you go.
So, I'm a construction lawyer, and the only time I ever get called on to engage any sort of criminal law is if a client's son or daughter gets in trouble in college. But even the ignoramus construction lawyer knows when something's wrong from a criminal standpoint, and there are just so many wrongs involved with these timelines, and I want you to keep in mind two things that are fundamental, not just here in the US, but worldwide for the most part, according to the UN. One is the right to confer with your counsel, or to at least have contact on a consistent basis with your counsel, even if you're in jail, to have that right and have that privilege. Otherwise, how do you prepare a defense? The second is the concept of a right to a speedy trial, meaning you're not to sit and languish, let alone in solitary confinement, when you are awaiting trial or awaiting the process to deliver whether or not you are guilty or innocent. So that's what sticks out most to me when I look at this timeline, and it's truly remarkable. But going back to October 2015 when Mr. Kanu was arrested and detained for over a year. You don't see anything about a trial or a finding of guilty there, right? You just see that he was detained for a year with no outcome. Well, I guess he made bail in April of 2017 and was released, only to be have his home invaded, has been said, in a government failed assassination attempt. So then the process was to kidnap him and torture him for 8 days and then hand him over to the Nigerian government. So here we are, some sort of accusations starting in October of 15, and then we're in June of 2021, 6 years later.
Yes, we are all good. We are all good. All right, I have to then welcome Biafrans who are watching now, waiting eagerly for this. So I'm still seeing. All right, thank you very much, Biafrans. Welcome back to the cabinet meeting. Our closed door meeting have just ended, and now we are back again. And I will invite the Minister of Finance of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile and the Homeland, Honorable Oge Nkere, to give us an update on the finance, on the issue of China. Oge, over to you, please. Honorable Oge, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and all the wonderful honorable ministers. And thank you all Biafrans that are watching, patiently waiting until we join you guys back and wish we are here. Biafran people, we all know why we embark in this journey. It's for the freedom of our people. Freedom is not given. Freedom is taken. And we as human beings, we all know that every day, for those that can work, for those that can make their daily earning to be able to sustain the activity of day by day, to provide what they will eat for their family. You know what you need to be able to achieve that. That is money, finance. As we are drawing closer to our redeclaration in Finland, we need money more than ever before. If you are a genuine freedom fighter, you are a genuine Biafran, and you are not supporting, you just have to ask yourself a question. We saw our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he appeared at the court of our enemy a couple of days ago. He stand tall, saying that he will be the end of what the country that we are trying to exit from. He will be the end that will be the one to end everything. He's still fighting because he knows what free people is all about. He never gave up. And for that reason, we Biafran people, we need to emulate him, follow his footsteps. As we have leaders that have interest of their people, our Prime Minister and our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they still continue fighting. And if you're not one of the men on ground that are sacrificing themselves for us every day, working tirelessly to make sure that we free ourselves, ask yourself how you're supporting the struggle. How are you contributing? We all witness the past week and 2 weeks ago. Washington, D.C., every day we there talking to having meeting with members of the Congress, of which some of them, even with their position, for those that are still seeking for re-election, they still need money to be able to run campaign, run ads, and make sure that they stage more events to send loud noise for those that don't want to hear, to send a loud message for those that want to hear. What about we Biafrans? With your finance, with your contribution, that will take us a long way. If we look around the world, you see what's going on in Israel with the Palestinians, the Iran sponsoring their own process. Israel need money to be able to defeat all these their enemy. What about Russia and Ukraine? Russia, the other hand, they need money to be able to fight Ukraine. Ukraine need money as well. Biafrans, we are not exempted. We need money. Money talk. There's this word that says money talk, bullshit work. Your money will help us to restore Biafra for all of us. Biafra is for you and me. Biafra is for our Prime Minister, our leader, members of the cabinet, all reps, and all Biafrans that are seated at home. All Biafrans that are praying for our redeclaration to happen. All Biafrans that want the freedom. Please, Biafrans, we all have seen the light. We have seen the event that is unfolding for the past 3 weeks. That tells you that Biafra is here. If you're not seeing it, I don't know what you're saying. If you don't even hear, please ask your neighbor what is going on. Please, Biafrans, we need every Biafran more than now, more than ever before. We have less than 2.5 months to redeclare Biafra. This is what we'll be asking our creator, Chukwu Kikabiam, for a long time. When will Biafra be restored? When will Biafra come? Now is the time. So what are we doing? Please kindly support financially. If you believe in what we are doing, even if you don't, but with the event that is unfolding, I believe that will convince you to let you know that it's time for us.
All right, thank you so much. That's 2-3 minutes, almost 4 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please, the minute matters. That's okay.
Thank you so much. That's our Honorable Minister of Finance. Please, everybody, just, I mean, he's so passionate. What can we do without our Honorable Minister of Finance? He's been representing us in so many grounds that has not been worked on before. Honorable Oge, okay, we thank you so much for what you are doing and devoting your time. We saw you when you were in Florida, when we could not get anybody in Florida to go and represent the government from our lobbyist. Our lobbyist is here, and in a minute we're gonna allow him to talk. Our Honorable Minister Oge flew all the way from Maryland to go to Florida to represent Biafra Republic government with the Trump Foundation. These are some of the things. It's not just easy to say, we want our country, we want Biafra. But when you are called upon to move, can you move? Can you move? Those are some of the things that I know Honorable Minister Oge has done. And we are really, really very grateful for what he's doing for us and representing us, representing the government. Thank you so much. we go to the next person, Briggy Park Director Ifato. 2 minutes for the Biafra political directors. Update on that, please. 2 minutes. Ifato, the Briggy Park Director. Please go ahead, please. Thank you so much.
Please, we have Ifato should be close. We have Ifato can give us update after we may have finished. It's supposed to be on a close session. So we go to Elias, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PM. Go ahead, Elias, please, our lobbyist.
Thank you, my dear friend, Dr. Ngozi. It's wonderful to greet all of you, and I'm happy to greet you because of the history we have been making. I mean, look at the progress we have made in such a short period of time. We've met, especially this past month, with many top members of Congress, including meeting members of Congress on more than one occasion. I know many of you have seen the photos that we've had, but you should also know that these were not just photos. We've had substantive meetings with these members of Congress, sometimes for 1 hour, sometimes for 1 hour and a half. We've been educating these people extensively, most of whom were not aware or didn't have a nuanced understanding of the Biafra issue. Now they understand the Biafra issue. They want to do things to support us. We had 2 meetings with Speaker of the House of Representatives, and to encapsulate the importance of this, the Speaker of the House is the 3rd most important person in the United States government, behind the President of the United States, the Vice President. So not just one of the most powerful people in the United States, but in the world. We met with the top people, not just people in Congress, but top people in Congress, chairman of committees, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCall, chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, John James. We even had a nice exchange with chairman of Judiciary, Jim Jordan, prominent personalities like Senator Ted Cruz. And so we've made enormous progress, and now we're going to be moving from the awareness stage, which we will be continuing because there are 535 members of Congress. And we've been very aggressive in terms of trying to close the information gap. In terms of the meetings we've been having, anyone we've educated has been very sympathetic and supportive to what we've been telling them. The only challenge that we have is the lack of knowledge about Biafra. But we're closing that gap very quickly. There were days where Oge and I, or the finance minister and I, would have 3 meetings a day with 3 different members of Congress. So we're moving very aggressively to close that information gap. And this is really historic, the level in which we're having these meetings. I mean, frankly, I'm not sure if Tinubu could meet with some of the people we met with, frankly. I don't think he would get his appointment. So I think we should be very proud of all of our ministers. You should be all very proud of yourselves. I mean, every day we're having so much success in DC. I'm punching the zoo in the face every day, and I've been punching them so much now my hand's getting tired. I have to take a little bit of a break this weekend because we've put them on the defense. And we see this. We see this in very practical terms. The Nigerian government is so scared now that they're having their army, reach out to Amnesty International, to ICC. They're crying to these people because they're totally freaked out by our meeting with the Speaker of the House and members of Congress, and we're going to get them more freaked out. I'm telling you, when we continue, we're going to see Tinubu go out there and he's going to start crying. I said this from the beginning, that I'm going to make sure that he starts begging for help. So we're going to continue to press them. We're going to continue to give Zoo blow on a daily basis with our successes here in Washington. And there's some major things that we're doing behind the scenes. We've gotten commitments from members of Congress. I can't go into all the details, but commitments from members of Congress to press the Biafra issue, both with the executive branch and also international bodies like the United Nations. So you should be prepared in the coming months to see some major movement as a result of the engagements we're having. And I just want to say also that the members of our government, we have an amazing team here. I mean, the Minister of Finance, what a man of dedication. I mean, he's been, having all these meetings with me, coming to DC, taking the time, sometimes for the full day. We have Dr. Ngozi, who, we're working on a daily basis, right? Always having important phone calls. The Prime Minister, who's always working 24 hours a day. I don't even know if he is getting any sleep, So, we just have such an inspirational team that we have here. We're achieving a lot of very significant results. I think we are shocking not just Nigeria, but the world. And this will help us, in terms of getting that momentum when we hit December 2nd and beyond December 2nd. And so I think we should all be very excited. But we're not going to take a break or a rest in our laurels. We've had these great achievements this past month, but we're going to continue to ramp it up, continue to give very deep blows to the zoo on a regular basis. And trust me, you're going to continue to see them panic. You're going to continue to see them do more and more desperate things. And, we're not going to stop until victory is achieved, as I said in the beginning of this journey. So thank you. Again, I always believed that we would make a lot of progress, but even I have been pleasantly surprised about how quickly the progress has come here in Washington. So this has been a fantastic journey. I encourage all of you to follow our activities. Many of these meetings we're posting on X. So, we're doing things unlike previously in a fully transparent, democratic process. We're not hiding anything. The people we're meeting with, we're posting photos. We're also posting videos too, because some of our enemies from the zoo, they were, complaining that, oh, these photos are photoshopped. So now we're also showing brief videos of these meetings. So, they can't say anything. Now the zoo is so desperate, they're coming up with more and more crazy conspiracies. One conspiracy they made about me was that, oh, well, Elias is a clone and the real lobbyist is somewhere else. This shows you how desperate the zoo is and how desperate the saboteurs are, that they're, resorting to all these completely crazy conspiracies. They just cannot handle the success that we're having. So, I'm very delighted with all that we're doing. I thank you for all that you do, because, you have been supporting our efforts, the Biafran people. So thanks again, and I look forward to celebrating more of our successes together in Finland. So thank you, Prime Minister, Your Excellency. Thank you, ministers of the government, and thank you to everyone on the Zoom and the people of Biafra. And long live a free Biafra. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, that's so. Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you so much. PM, I don't know if you have anything to say.
Yes,
Thank
thank you very much, Elias, for that update. We're looking forward for even more better days ahead. We know that we are going to break many walls and many doors.
Yes.
You have done a very good job, and do not worry about what the enemy says and how they push their propaganda, and it is part of the game. So, what we do is that we use them for our own benefit. So whenever they make this propaganda, they promote the activity of the government. And
Yes.
any day they stop the propaganda, we manufacture something for them to continue. I'm telling you, that's the only way we create awareness. We use our media, use their own media too. So while they are busy thinking they are making propaganda, we give them more job to do. And of course, when people go to watch them, they are not just only taking in, assimilating what they are saying. They are also going to look at our own side.
Yes.
And then they make their own judgment. That's exactly what is happening. So that's why when the more they do this propaganda, the more they go down, and they will never understand how it is happening. So people will go and listen to them, and then they will come to us to know what is actually going on. And when they see, they judge, the two, and they will leave them and run away from them. So that's exactly what is happening. So let them continue. And anytime they look as if the propaganda is reducing, I will do something else. Because I am telling you the fact, I can never allow them to have peace. I will bring more things for them to continue to do propaganda. Believe me, the more propaganda, the more the government is excelling. Go and check it. Anytime the propaganda stops, it's as if something is taken away from us. So you must understand that is the only way we promote our own activities and projects through their own media.
Yes, well, I assure you, Prime Minister, we'll continue driving them crazy on a daily basis.
Yes.
And if I ever find this Elias clone that the Zeus says exists, I'll let you know if I find this other Elias. So.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elias.
Thank you so much, Elias. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for that wonderful presentation. And I think all of us here in the cabinet knows the role that Elias and his group, the Moran group, plays for us as Biafran lobbyists. And I know one of the things they're going to be working on is, again, all of us here, just be sure that anytime Elias is visiting your state, or your city or your country, you make sure you have Biafrans on standby to meet with him and meet with the Congress people. Because we've had situations where you all know we're Biafran, we're so busy, we're so occupied and all that. But anytime each and every one of us here, regardless of your country, regardless of your state, and you hear that our lobbyists are coming to your vicinity, are coming to your state, please be sure you mobilize Biafrans within your region to meet with Elias and go with whatever agenda he set for the day for you. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Elias. We'll go to the next agenda, which is the Briggy. I don't know if Ifatu is here for the director's report. Ifatu, are you on the line, please?
The director report remain a close one. If it is not going to happen today, it is going to be in the next. Please let us push it to the next cabinet meeting, please.
Thank you so much.
If Atu is relief of any report today because of the confusion in the program. So next meeting, she will give us update.
All right.
Directorship. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PM. So we go with the next one, the bigger appointment scheduling for PM calendars. Maziuche, please. Maziuche, if you can just go ahead. Just brief us on scheduling any appointment with a Biafra Prime Minister. I know we have a place where people can request for calendars and look through the calendars. All the cabinet members should be able to go through that calendar and know what PM has for each day, so that if you have any event, it does not clash with what we already scheduled. Uche, please go ahead. Thank you. Uche, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, COS. The booking platform is meant for us to be able to find a booking time to meet with the Prime Minister, both for events and private meetings and any other scheduling that we might need to meet the Prime Minister for. So at this point, the platform is not subscribed to. We are using the free version, so we do not have all the we are limited to the subscription plan, but that is something that will change very soon so that we can have it in a more efficient way. So when you check the platform, you look at the dates that are available and then try to schedule the time that is available on the platform. So, and after you have done that, please also check in with the COS. It's very, very important. Even though you have booked the time, also double check with her so that she can be able to confirm that would be, then you'll be sure that the time has been booked. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mazi Uche. And again, thank Uche just highlighted every cabinet member here, even anybody watching from the world, anybody that want to have any appointment, any meeting with our Biafra Prime Minister, we have a calendar that is set aside for that. It's very, very important. You reach out to Mazi Uche, who has just spoken, or myself, to ensure that when you schedule your event and you want to meet with the Prime Minister, that you have the free dates and you have the free schedule for that appointment to be made so that it doesn't clash with any other appointment that the PM has. PM has so many appointments every single day, and we want to ensure that he listens to you and listens to Biafrans and listens to the world. So it's very, very important you reach out to either Mazucho or myself to ensure that when you want to schedule your appointment with PM, that appointment a slot is going to be open so we don't have clashes. That's going to help us in the government administration. Thank you so much. We go to the next agenda, which is the diaspora de facto fundraising participation, which is with me under 2 minutes. And the only thing we just want to highlight to everyone, we have Biafra, the government in exile. We also have Biafra de facto in homeland. And what we are trying to do, we want to give the de facto the independence they need to be able to take care of the activities of the de facto. As you all are aware, the PM has so many schedules every single day, and we don't want the de facto to be demoralized because PM does not come to their event, or somebody else in the brigade cabinet does not show up to their event. And that is why we try as much as possible to allow the 40 states of the United States of Biafra to schedule their events devoid of the Biafra government. We don't need you to hinge your programs or try to say that without every of the programs you have in homeland, the Biafra Prime Minister has to be available. And that is why it is very, very important. We want to let everyone know the 40 states of Biafra, when you schedule your events, whether it's fundraising, whether it's any meeting, whether it's anything, please do that independently. And just don't say because the Biafra PM is not there for your schedule, you're not going to do your event, please. That is just the point we are trying to make here, because the de facto government in exile, the cabinet members are very, very busy with so many things, including international recognition, international relationship, everything, diaspora events and all that. So when you are an administrator in the 40 states, please schedule your program devoid of the Biafra Prime Minister. If he has the time to attend, good. If he does not have the time to attend, also very, very good, please. That's all we are trying to let the administrators know from homeland. PM doesn't have to be at your fundraisings, and it's not going to disrupt anything. We have a finance minister in homeland. You can also invite her, and she's going to monitor whatever you are doing in homeland. That's all we are doing in this particular diaspora de facto fundraising. Thank you so much. We go to the next one, the defense update. PM, you say you want us to put an update. For that, you can go ahead and let us know what you want us to do in the defense update, PM or the defense minister. Thank you.
The defense has already spoken, so you can skip that.
Thank you so much, PM. We now go to matters arising. I don't know if anybody have sent matters arising for this meeting. If not, we have to go to the closing remarks by the PM and then the closing prayer. Thank you so much. I know we have Sister Ugochi. Ugochi, go ahead on the matters arising. Thank you so much. 2 minutes.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, PM. Good evening, Cabinet, honorable Cabinet members. The only thing that comes to my mind, which I've been wanting to say since we had the children program, I should say I was a bit disappointed from the beginning, because I was called, although Dorothy, I might offend somebody if I say this, Dorothy did a very good job. And when it came to starting of the program, I think our information department should be aware or screen or clean up their desks so that we don't have all these images, because everybody was so embarrassed when we are struggling to log in to start the program and all these images keep on popping out. It's becoming an embarrassment. And for that to happen on a children's program is unacceptable. And these images is coming from somewhere. So people in the department.
So are you blaming Dorothy for that?
No, I'm not blaming Dorothy. I just started by saying Dorothy did very well, but my point is
your complaint is noted. The media team, this is not issue as a matters arising on this in a meeting like this. The media team has taken action on that particular incident, and you can't stop that from happening. But the media team will always try their best to make sure they control the Zoom in a situation like that. So this is not the first time that is happening, and we can't control everything, but we'll try our best. Your complaint is noted. Next person, please.
Thank you so much, Dominica, for that wonderful bringing that to the notice, because it's very, very important that once we have, especially an event that involves the children, we don't have pornography showing on the screen. And I think it falls within the Department of Information to ensure that things like that we don't have it repeated. And every now and then, I know PM trying to explain why we cannot avoid that. But at a point, we have to get to the point where the ministry would be, up to its teeth to make sure that when we have an event, especially when it involves children, we don't have pornography showing on that particular podcast. Thank you so much. So we go to the last event, which is the closing.
Dorothy hand is up.
Dorothy, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Dorothy, we cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. 1 minute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this time. Please, I will humbly request that we work unanimously in unity, love, and make sure that we work as a team and not having divided attention. For us to really actualize what our restoration in, being happy, we should, as much as we can, work as a team. Let there be no divided attention, in as much as every department or every ministry is working for Biafra's restoration. That is my humble plea. No matter our differences, no matter what you have in mind, if you are for restoration of Biafra, come on. If any department is doing anything, courtesy demands that every hand must be on deck. If you are not, helping by advice, you help by, putting in 1 or 2 things, to make sure that you contribute in whatever we are doing. So it's not as if, this is a minister, this is for Minister of Foreign Affairs. It has to be her that has to do it. No, please, let's not look for the downfall of any department if we really want our success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, PM.
Thank you very much. And of course, like I've said, going forward, there will be no anyhow opinion or comment in a cabinet meeting like this. If you have matters arising or anything, you send it, you write it and send it to the COS, and we'll review it whether you will be allowed to talk or you will present your concern or your question or your opinion, in a private way that it will get to the, to the right authority and it will be addressed. Not when we come to the matters arising, everybody will come and start talking. It's not everything that we will start talking here. So next time, please, the next we have the cabinet meeting, you will send ahead of time whatever you feel that you are going to talk on the matters arising. If it is something that you can discuss, you will discuss it. If it is not, we will solve it in a different way. Not you raise your hand and then you start talking about pornography on this thing where we're having meetings. The children are, everybody knows this is not right, but also coming here to talk about it is also not the right way to address it and in a manner that it has been presented. So next time you put it in writing and forward it to the appropriate authority and they are going to look into it. Thank you very much. I thank you everyone for your resilience, your support, and your patience today that we have a meeting for almost 5 hours. That is too much. So, but it is something that we have to do because that is coming, a lot will be happening. So we hope to be having this meeting in every 2 weeks. Or even one week to be able to cover what we are doing and not to be having this meeting as long as this. At least meeting should last at least 1.5 hours and the highest 2 hours. So we will come to a point where we will have at least 1 hour meeting to address certain issues that are very, very important. So we don't need to spend more than 1 hour on that. So that I'm looking forward to that. So as we move forward and get closer to our convention, a lot of challenges will be coming and everybody must tighten your belt because it's not going to be easy. So as the enemy are targeting us, we are targeting them. So whoever first get the other person will smile, but not when you smile at the end of the day, smile till the end, not when you smile one hour or 2 hours, you go back to crying. Our own is that we are going to smile to the end.
You say?
We have come to finish what our forefathers started.
Yes.
It's our right to freedom. We'll make sure that the killings of Biafra, like they have killed us in the past, it is over and over.
You say?
The killing have ended. We will continue to end it and stand our ground where we are today. The defense of Biafra remains the most priority of the Biafra government, both in exile and in homeland. And everybody must understand that the reason we are doing what we are doing today in exile is because Nigeria is a terrorist state that could not create enabling ground for us to compete with them in our land, for us to show them that the Biafra people have voted and given vote of no confidence on every presence of Nigeria in Biafra land. And with the history since 1967 to date, where we have paid the biggest price of our Nigeria, and in this 21st century, we say enough is enough. So Nigeria will not create the enabling environment for us to be on the ground and compete with them on who the people are with. So for that reason, we are in exile. And we are not going to be the first people to be in exile. We are also not going to be the last people to be in exile. But what we are doing, why we are doing what we are doing today is because of the terrorism of the Nigeria state, the lawlessness of the Nigeria state, and the anarchy they create in their own in their own state. So we have decided that we design the solution that suits us. And that solution is that everything we do, since they make our country and our land very uncomfortable for us, we will bring our freedom from diaspora. And that's what we're doing today. So the enabling environment that was not created for us in Biafra land, the different countries where we reside have created an environment, And we are struggling to bring this kind of system back to our people for them to live like human beings. So we will always outsmart the terrorist state of Nigeria, where every person from the northern Nigeria is always looking forward for the Islamic State and for everybody to become Muslim. We reject it. You can't force us to become what we don't want to become. We are Christians, we are Jewish, and we are traditionalists. And you can't take that away from us. We have a culture, and what British did in the 1914 amalgamation, where they did not take into consideration the dangerous diversity and amalgamated us by force with the barrels of the gun. That has been over 100 years. Today, the children of these people you forced into amalgamation have risen up, we're educated, we're scattered all over the world, and above all, we know our right. That is the most important thing. The right you created, the laws you made by yourself, and now today we are taking advantage of this law that is for the best interest of our children, ourselves, and our unborn generation. Biafrans, stand your ground. We have come to end the slavery against our people. We have come to end the marginalization of the Nigeria terrorist state. We have come to end the injustice being meted on our people for ages. We have come to end the killings, injustice that Nigeria has, given to our people for almost over 100 years. And that history is being made today, and all of you are part of it. I am leading the liberation of Biafra without fear. And I will stand in front of the enemy until the end, when the whole world will know that indeed Gandhi has one head. The world will know that Mandela has one head, and Simon Ekpa have one head as well. Just like every one of you. I am here to end the suffering of Biafra people, and it will start from the December 2nd in Lakti, Finland, in a very holy city where I am, where I have been grounded to become what I am today. May God bless you, bless Finland, bless every country that have supported us so far, both secretly, physically, openly, and otherwise. From here, from me, good evening, Biafrans, and airborne to the